Good morning. Happy Monday. We are resuming with day 20 of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard also v. Johnny Depp, because there's a counterclaim. There was just two things I wanted to say this morning. One, are we going to see Johnny Depp on the stand again? Maybe. We might. We absolutely might see Johnny Depp on the stand again this morning. Reports over the weekend, even though the court said no talking to the media, I don't know if giving a heads up of what witnesses are coming is going to count as that for Judge A. But we will see if Judge A considers it. Well, we probably won't see, because Judge A is not going to tell us when they go to sidebar first thing in the morning, but we might see. So with that, we're going to rejoin the courtroom and get rolling. One thing I wanted to mention is last week we talked a lot about Johnny Depp's psychiatrist. And with that conversation, I didn't remember until I talked to Rick Hogue in I don't remember if it was on his stream or if it was the back end of one of his streams. We were chatting about something and he's like, hey, you had suspected this. Is there a reason you suspected that? And I was like, well, there's this and this and this with regard to the psychiatrist testifying. Could it have been to avoid a clinical forensic exam? When I went back and was prepping the podcast this week, what I realized I had forgotten is that the court denied the clinical forensic exam for Johnny Depp. So that wasn't the choice. It was likely just covered under the blanket stipulation, which was his supposition, because he came to this conclusion much faster than I did. The blanket supposition that all of the medical came in. There was a blanket release for both sides for their previous medical, because the clinical forensic psychological exam for Depp had been denied by the court. And I had completely forgotten that when we were talking. But that is part of, doing live streaming this many hours a day. Sometimes those little things, I'm like, oh, that's right. The court had denied it. But there was that blanket stipulation with regard to medical, and we got lots of medical in. It felt really icky. So I still think it works in the favor of Johnny Depp because it felt so icky to all of us. So with that, I see the DUI guy here in court. I don't know who else is in court. I know Joe Neerman is supposed to be somewhere in court. I don't know if he got in, but we have, members of Law Tube in court. It looks like they're rising for the judge. And with that, they're going to ask if the jury's ready to come in. We're going to roll the intro and get right into court. Thank you guys for being here. Let me know where you're coming in from.
We have some exhibits to hand out.
Okay, so they're going up to the bench. I've got coffee. I'm in Middle Tennessee. You guys let me know what you're drinking, where you're coming in from. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. And you guys, we started talking about where we were coming in from and what we were drinking during coffee and cursey words ages ago, before there were, 50,000 of us in the chat just chilling in the morning. But it's so good to see so many of you, not just from across the US, but from across the world. It really is touching on how international this case is. And it's one of the things I get asked about so much. It's rainy here in Middle Tennessee too, friend. So I get asked about the international audience so much. And it's really nice to be able to say, I actually know where people are coming in from, because my friends and I chat about it every morning when we say hello. So now that the jury's coming in, I want to know, oh, is that Whitney Heard? Wait, well, no, that's not Whitney Heard, is it? They're not recalling. They wouldn't. Is this just sitting there for support? I've got questions. Do they call Johnny Depp first?
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
No, Dr. Richard Moore. Oh, maybe Dr. Moore just looks like Whitney. All right. We don't know who Richard. Richard is definitely not this individual in the front. That looks like Whitney to me in the front row. So Dr. Richard Moore is kicking off day 20. I wonder what Dr. Richard Moore is going to be talking about. Is it M-O-O-R-E or M-O-R-E? How are we spelling Moore, Rottenborn? Help a girl out.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore, Jr.
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Ortho.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, microvascular surgery.
Hand, upper extremity.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
Is this about Depp's
So I
finger?
completed my fellowship in 1997. So for 25 years.
And I
I
believe
get to
that
make him
you
feel old and
mentioned
be
this,
like,
but
I graduated
tell
high
the
school in
jury
1996. I never get to do that
what
anymore.
area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
He said hand, upper extremity.
So I'm a
Bruh.
orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency.
I know too much about this, but my
Completion of
sister's an
residency, I
orthopedic
wanted to
surgeon. My
specialize in
sister-in-law
hand
is an
surgery.
orthopedic
So,
surgeon.
I did an additional year of training.
I say
specifically in
sister.
hand and upper extremity surgery.
Somebody's going to be like, Emily, you don't have a
before
sister.
starting, practice in my first year.
You're lying on the internet. No, sister-in-law. Same.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
See?
For how long have you been licensed?
See, I said
Since
I don't get to flex on
1990
people very much anymore. I got to go to the old doctors.
1
to
or
flex.
6. I think it was 1996.
Go with
when I was licensed
1996.
in
It's
North
better.
Carolina.
Oop. I'm trying to move.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I
wonder if
attended
this is
University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
My
Graduated
guess-
in 1987 with a BS in biology.
My guess
I went on
is
to
that
medical
this
school
doctor
at UNC.
is
and
going
I
to talk about
graduated in
Johnny Depp's finger
1991.
injury.
I then went
My
to
guess
the
is his
hospital, the
opinion
University
is probably
of
it couldn't happen with a
Philadelphia.
bottle because why else
Did
call
a
him?
5-year orthopedic surgery residency
That's my
there.
guess.
And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery. And,
I went to
and
Garth
on
Brooks in
completion of my
1996.
fellowship, I was invited to
Graduated high
join
school.
faculty, and my role
Went to
was
UMass.
hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months.
I don't
for
guarantee
a
anything.
preceptorship in pelvic trauma.
Guessing.
And then went back to Duke and practiced
Pelvic trauma.
as a
Interesting.
director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated in North Carolina to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical practice since 2000?
Yes.
And before that when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
The jury doesn't
Residency
care.
is
Can you just tell them
largely
what
an
you're there to tell
apprenticeship.
them?
So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you're really
I guarantee you the jury
can't
doesn't care about his
practice
residency.
medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine or
Also,
pediatrics or OBGYN
they can
or
agree
orthopedics, and then
To stipulate that
graduated
somebody's an
training
expert
program
by
anywhere
looking
from 3
at
to 5 or
his
6 years.
resume, they can agree he's
And what's a
he's an
fellowship?
expert.
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon.
We
but
are
I
all
wanted to
in Amber Heard's
specialize
case
and
until she
therefore that
rests.
required an
Every
additional
witness
year
until
training.
they rest is Amber Heard's witness. This is Amber Heard's witness.
And I believe you mentioned this,
they
but
should have
your
stipulated to this expert.
subspecialization was in the hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to
No.
specialize in the hand?
There is a waiver regarding
patient
medical that I talked about at the
population,
top of the show.
The types of problems.
Why do we
treat,
care? They're trying to
the
prove that
anatomy
he's an
is really
expert so the jury will
biggest reason I
believe
chose
him
it.
and rely on him.
Um,
They have to establish he's the expert.
I mean, for lack
The
of a better
same
term,
way
it's
that
really pretty
experts
beautiful
talked about the
anatomy.
mental health.
And
They
let's
evaluate
talk about that
records.
anatomy. There's
So he
bones
probably
in the hand,
evaluated
right?
records.
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
Oh, it's an
Overruled.
expert. Camille, it's fine.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and
I'm
answer that.
so glad
Yep,
it's not
that's
Dennison
correct.
doing the
And
objections.
what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Surgery.
Well,
Surgery. It's called
that-
surgery
that
when
would
you
be
do
hand
surgery.
I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would.
He didn't do the
try to
surgery.
reattach
I
the
think
bones
he's an
and
expert to
tendons and nerves
review
and
the
vessels
records.
to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
They're
Yes.
establishing him as an expert.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those
I don't
injuries?
know.
So
That'll be
cause
interesting
is
to take a
a
look
big
at.
element. It's an important
He's an expert witness.
element to appreciate because it can
It'll be interesting to
impact
see.
management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between
Yes, and
a
I can't pronounce
laceration
HIPAA
caused by
and
a
HIPAA
razor blade
differently.
and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. Farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries. And
Did he say
kitchen
farmyard
with raw
injuries?
chicken are totally different than
I thought he said
some other
barnyard injuries.
settings, and so it does
Farmyard
play a large
injuries.
role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant
feels really
professor
low to
appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has
We don't
affiliated
know
training
yet,
programs
Kay
in the center
Kopelman,
where I
but we'll
practice now.
see.
Have you held any
I saw
leadership
DUI guy
positions
there.
in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgery of the Hand,
They might be
the
interested
Duke
in
Hand
this.
Club or Society now.
Let's hear about the Duke Hand Club. You guys are saying at this rate, it's going to take 8
member of
hours
the
for this
American Society of
witness.
Surgery of the Hand.
Yep, they
of
have to be
the
mindful.
Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic
I don't know why they
Surgery,
didn't do this
and of
prior.
the
Maybe his scheduling.
American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
I don't know.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How
Her
many hand
nose,
surgeries?
He's a hand
ballpark
doc. I
would you
wouldn't let
say
him talk
you've
about her
performed
nose.
in your
He's
career?
an ENT.
Over
Not an
25
ENT
years,
is what I meant. He's a
thousands.
hand ortho.
Have you seen finger injuries
Get the tea,
similar to
Sabrina.
the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
This is part.
Yes.
Here we go.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
They never
Yes.
asked him to be
Have you
admitted as an
treated
expert.
injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Oh, I think they're going to
Yes.
do that in the rebuttal.
How
I'll
many
talk
times?
about that at the break.
Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not
Hundreds, if not what?
more.
Hundreds, if not more. What's more
What
than
does it
hundreds?
mean to be
Thousands?
board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
Generally
what
or
is a
hand?
certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
There we go. There's the hand part.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was
Day
over the
before
weekend,
yesterday.
I went
Great.
to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, a bioskills course, we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And,
Mama Otter, I don't doubt that farm and
surgeons come in
industrial
and we have
accidents
case
are
presentations
horrific.
and panels,
I've
and
just
then,
never heard them called
they had
farmyard incidents.
cadaver
I've
lab.
normally
We
heard
were
them
able
call
to,
exactly what you said, farm and industrial
allow
or
them to
farm.
perform the surgery
It just
on
sounded too
cadavers
much like
that come
barnyard,
from
and I haven't had
injury.
coffee yet. I'm a little punchy in the morning.
Have you
So
published
farmyard
in your
was
field
odd.
I have.
in
Good morning,
peer-reviewed
Tanya and
reviewed
Trinidad.
literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time,
There we go. Moving him to
we'd
make
like to
him an
offer
expert.
Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
Mystic mythical arts. If they use
Dr.
their 8
Moore,
hours, they are
now
done.
we
and they
get
don't
to
get to
talk
ask any
about
more
this
questions at
case.
all. They get to
At
sit
our request,
down and shut up.
what have you reviewed?
What
Just
have you reviewed?
general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So So a tremendous amount of material.
Medical records.
I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury.
Yes, this is
The
using their
medical
clock.
records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles.
Nope, he's testifying about the
Texts and
records.
emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper
They're not going to
form?
need
It
to.
was a
They're
video deposition.
going to be able
And
to
so what
ask
did you
about those
review of
medical
that
records from this
deposition?
doctor. They're going to
The
be able to
section
get
where he
in
describes
the
the injury.
velocity
And
injury
did you
and
see
stuff.
a video of him describing it?
I did.
And
So,
you watched the
They'll get in
testimony
with this
from this
doctor,
trial of
not
him
waste their
describing
money
it?
hiring their
Yes.
own. They don't need to, I don't think.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger
I'm going to do
injury?
this
Well,
a break.
with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
I mean,
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm
broke
going to
my
ask
leg.
you some questions
I hurt
about
my back.
this case regarding the
when I
opinions that
say
you formed.
herniated a
relating to
disc,
Mr.
do you all
Depp's
think I
finger
did it
injury.
myself willfully, or do you think it happened?
When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you
Yes,
agree to advise
he
the
is
jury and the
an
court
expert
if
who reviewed
you
the
are
records.
not answering any of them to a reasonable
He is
degree of medical
not
probability?
the one who operated.
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
It is leading,
Overruled.
but he's an expert.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive.
Is
It's,
inconclusive.
not consistent with what we see in the described
Is
injury
it-
pattern or in the clinical photographs.
Is it
And
inconclusive?
there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the
we
finger.
would anticipate.
Can I stop you there and
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said the hand resting
Thank you,
flat
Jonathan.
on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the
You
hand
think
was resting
happened?
based
I
on
think-
the documents you've reviewed?
I
Why?
think the demonstration was with the hand flat like this,
And that's not what Depp did in court.
across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which
That's
side
what I thought
was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
Back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate
sorry.
It is too early if you think
Thank
he's
you.
an orthodontist. That's
so
for sure.
you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
Dolphin.
correct.
Fair.
Go with a dolphin.
And
rotten porn.
What is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar. Okay.
Calm.
So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have
they
struck the
wasted
top
way
of the
too much
finger
time
at the
asking
fingernail.
about that. They could have stipulated to him
And
being
you
an
also
expert.
mentioned a term
to save
that
time.
I'd
They
like you
didn't
to
want to.
explain to the jury: crush injury.
They want the jury to hear about
So,
his expert.
so with review of the images and the X-rays, I mean,
Ouch.
this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on X-ray that we saw.
It does.
The fracture
How
is-
the finger
is
happened
a,
is part of it.
We call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters. So there
Let's see.
are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position, were the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail. and
It would have struck on the nail?
and the nail was really not injured, and so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up exhibit?
And you guys, he's an
DX
expert. He reviewed the
369,
records.
page
Super
26.
common in cases like this
Your
to
Honor,
have
this is admitted.
an outside expert review
Permission
the
to
medical
publish.
records. Will Amber's case be done today? I think so. The way Johnny
Your
looked
Honor.
at him when he said no, yep. Wouldn't waste 8
Dr.
hours
Moore,
on this.
is
They want
this
to prove that finger.
one of the images
Ah!
that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us in relation to your
Warning,
expert opinion
graphic
on
photos
the
of-
cause of Mr. Depp's injury.
fingers.
Tell us what you see in this picture, please.
Sorry.
So this is a
Warning, graphic
It looks
imagery
like
of
an avulsion type
fingers.
injury where tissues
Sorry,
actually
I'm gonna
pulled
make
or
it
pinched
smaller.
away. I think what's
Apologies.
important in this picture is that
Here
the
we are.
tissue loss
Good morning,
is,
everybody.
on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck
I
the
wasn't
finger. You would
expecting that.
expect more of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact.
Warning.
You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that.
Oh shit, we're gonna be all morning with
and
finger
the nail's
photos.
not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or
Sorry.
there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost
Okay,
immediately
Rottenborn,
there's
take
typically
it down.
bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said.
Take
Are you
it
saying
down.
that in an injury like this,
I don't know why
if
they want the jury
something
to
had
see this for so
come from the
much
top,
time?
that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
Sorry,
That's
y'all.
correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144?
Warning,
Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
We're gonna get more photos of fingers. We're gonna timestamp the photos of fingers.
Dr. Moore,
we're
I
gonna get
believe
more
you
of those.
mentioned just a few minutes ago that there were other
There we go.
pictures that showed
This has already been admitted.
more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo. but
Thanks,
it's important that
Rottenborn.
the
We
jury
appreciate
understands
it.
the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah. So it's
The jury's all awake now.
Again, the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's
So
a palmar tissue
he's
loss.
saying that the
And the
bottle's
loss
coming in
is
this
from
way,
distal to
not coming in
proximal,
this way.
which is from the tip
or not hitting the bar
back
and
far
shattering.
below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the
But
nail.
Objection leading.
couldn't it have hit
Overruled.
the bar and shattered his? Okay.
You can answer.
So
a
I
gross
believe
injury.
that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago.
Remember,
Um,
replay crew, there's timestamps and we will timestamp around the photos.
I'd like to show you DX 360, please. And Your Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time.
Thanks.
Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Sorry,
demonstrative.
09 and 10.
Page
Like
209.
an accident reconstruction for the finger?
10 also, so plaintiff can see.
Oh, I'm
Any
here for
objection to
this.
09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09 or 10. can be-
Demonstratives do not go
Published.
back to the jury.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are
X-rays.
X-rays of the injured digit.
Cool.
And what do you observe in these X-rays?
These I'm happy
Show
about.
the jury what you see.
So these are two
here for
views.
these.
So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone.
A high velocity
And
crushing.
there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
So they're saying
In
this
your
is not
decades of
Depp.
practice, Dr. Moore,
This
have
is
you
like
ever seen a
Depp.
comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be
Depp's team can always bring in their
slammed
own
in a
expert.
drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing
Oh, Kelly, I
surfaces
get you.
could create this type
The way
of
I wanted to fast forward too.
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for
Yeah.
1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the X-ray here?
Maybe he
Thank
did.
you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on
I don't
from
think that's what
X-rays,
the evidence shows.
can you? I know that this one is blown up
Also,
like this. It's a little
don't use
bit blurry,
Depp's
but
kid's
can you
name as a
point
fake
out
screen name?
or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore,
They're
did
going to
you
get to ask him
see
about the other records.
any
So
adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other
That's
part
fair,
of Mr. Depp's hand
JC.
other than the tip of his middle finger?
I mean, I've seen
No.
much worse, but I don't want to traumatize y'all.
and
I'm prepared when I
is
look at
that
crime scene photos
observation
on cases I'm working
consistent
on.
with
I'm not
the
prepared for them to be all like,
explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr.
but yeah,
Depp
there's no,
alleges?
we're not monetizing this video.
I think
Don't worry
in
about
the
it.
setting of
That's
a
fine.
glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments and the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
This is Amber's
What about
witness.
any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
He's being paid.
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
We'll see.
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Thank you.
Well,
We're not involved. He's an
consistent
expert witness.
with the clinical images and the
Don't
findings
go
in
real
this
world
case.
with
No.
people. I don't think that's our chat doing that. I think that's others amongst the
Have
internet.
you ever
Leonard's would
seen
never.
an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
Gosh, we're going to get descriptions of debriding the injury again, aren't we? because they or
And
debriding.
because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound
We'll
doesn't
see.
really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case.
Really?
Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
Again,
In your
couldn't the bottle have
decades of
crushed the
practice, Dr.
finger?
Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger?
It wasn't
in the way
thrown
that
from
Mr.
the
Depp
top of the
describes.
finger. He didn't throw it.
No, again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12?
Oh,
This has been admitted, Your Honor.
Medical records, I'm guessing.
Published to the jury.
Maybe photos. Could be photos.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated
Ah.
thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection,
as-
calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
The picture did just
Page 12,
change.
please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
Oh, is it a
so
hard
that's
cast or not?
that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Y'all get it
I'm
together.
sorry. Please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore,
When
does
was this
Mr.
photo
Depp's description
from?
of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
I'm glad it's Camille.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not what he demonstrated.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
Fair.
No. His description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
He had it over the edge, though.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
And they can take all the time they
Well,
want because they have a
Even
10-hour
hanging over
advantage.
the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the,
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
That's what he said,
Yes.
said and showed.
And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated
Oh,
sitting
dear.
here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over. I think
He had them.
was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar.
This
Isn't that
is where
correct?
the time-
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly
no.
indicated they were curled.
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
He said slightly
So that's
curled.
so that's
Oh,
a
boy.
distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Perhaps you misstated.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
So not from
Yes, I
above?
believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony
Always
is
gonna
$1,000 per hour.
That's correct.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022.
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
You
That's
were
about
retained in
right.
this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Could be higher
Correct.
sometimes.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
Interesting.
That's correct. Yes.
They like their people.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with
I was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia. No.
And so therefore
He's
you
like,
have
if
no
someone wants to
personal
pay
knowledge as
me
to how that injury was sustained.
$100,000 a month, I would
Correct.
be in Australia.
You also never
Anyone
personally
would, that's
examined
fair.
Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Did you listen
Now,
to the
you
audio?
testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is
Get it,
crushed
Camille.
or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces. Yes?
Yes.
Wouldn't a
And a
giant
crush
vodka
injury
bottle
to a
be
finger
firm?
can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
For an
Yes.
object.
And based on
Sorry.
the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't determine
Yes or no,
exactly
sir?
what object did it. I think that I can say with
DUI
confidence
guy's there.
that the
from
described
court is there.
mechanism of the bottle
We'll
hitting
know
and
what the jury
shattering the
thinks.
finger was not consistent with the appearance
I
of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific.
My question is
You
a bit
can't
more
determine
specific, sir.
the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a
No.
non-specific answer. I mean,
Yeah, that's a
again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
I can't determine the exact
A
object,
bottle
but I
is a
can
foreign
rule out
object, isn't it?
that it was a bottle.
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object,
It's
you
possible.
can't rule out that a vodka bottle is
I
what
love-
caused
I love
Mr.
the
Depp's
admiration
injury.
from her team.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka
Their team's
bottle
awesome.
caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal
the-
phalanx to
to the
result
right, to
in the comedy fracture.
To the
Now, a chopping type,
To the
but
crushed
again, that
bone.
would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
oh,
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
And you were under oath, correct?
correct.
All right.
is
And
there
that
an
was on March
inconsistent
22nd,
depot
2022.
from
Yes?
like 2
Correct.
months ago?
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Experts are allowed to review reports. It's super common in like plaintiff's law and stuff that you'll have an expert review records, slip and fall records, stuff like that. It's not, this is not uncommon at all. They're just trying to say this didn't happen the way Depp said it happened, but it's weird because the drama teacher,
Dr. Moore, may I
the
please have you go to
acting
page
coach
163
last week
of
said
your
that
deposition,
Amber Heard told her Depp hurt his own finger
specifically
with the
line
bottle.
17.
So now we've got Heard's own witnesses saying it was injured with the bottle, just Depp did it himself, not Heard did it. So this is contradicting some of their own witness
163?
testimony too. It's odd. But okay. They are making much of this bottle.
Actually, apologies, 164.
Them finding a page doesn't register as important to me. But yes, sometimes I might. That's why I've got the closed
Line
captions up
4.
here.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor,
But
I
I-
would object to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out
Hey,
half of his answer.
No.
You can redirect.
Rotten board.
Yeah,
You can
as well as
redirect.
the paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though.
Thanks, Boo. Wait. It means wait, sir. It means wait until the nice
So you
young woman
can't
asks
rule
you
out
the
that the
questions.
injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think that
But I can't say.
quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
But
the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they understand.
Well,
that.
that's what redirect's
this is
for.
the time
sir.
for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect.
Mhm.
Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of
Yes,
accident
please.
reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact positioning of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
Oh, that's even more
But
specific.
his hand stayed still, according to your analysis.
There we
Yes?
go, y'all.
Uh,
He didn't rip his hand away.
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
No,
Can we approach?
Okay.
bro, no. Here's the thing with the expert, if you reviewed it, you get to be questioned about it. So whatever you reviewed, you get to be asked about. It's why they're not going to need their own expert on this. They get to ask. You reviewed Dr. Kipper. Dr. Kipper said this. That didn't change your opinion. You were told this. That didn't change your opinion. They get to ask absolutely all of it. And that is the point. DUI guys in the gallery, perfect. I know that I saw him earlier, and I know that we have Joe Neerman in the gallery today too. So there we go. Not at all how Depp demonstrated how his hand was resting on the bar, and the jury might remember that. So again, this it's all fair game once you bring in the
Let's start
expert.
over.
Let's
It's important
try
the jury hears this.
her
So informing
question.
your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition
Sure.
available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Oop, there it is.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area either.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which
Get
is
to
already in evidence.
Depp testifying about the debridement. So with this, I know you guys are talking about the timing. Camille's allowed to use her time, and there's
And it
not
may
going to
be
be much they
published,
can
please.
do to rehabilitate. But this is her time because she's questioning. But they're going to be limited in what they can do.
That would help.
She's going to end his testimony for
Just have it
sure.
on screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, sorry, something.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
She seems very
Have
comfortable.
you ever seen this picture
today,
before,
which
Dr.
is
Moore?
nice to see.
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
But you said there was no broken glass, sir.
Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
Sidebars, stop the clock, unless a team is wasting time, is my
Have you
understanding.
seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is
Thank
also
you.
a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any
Is
of
that
this
the tissue
evidence
with
in
the
rendering
finger?
your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
We pin the current
Nothing
testimony
further,
in the
Your Honor.
pinned
Thank you.
comment.
Redirect.
That just lets them argue.
sure.
It goes to room to argue.
Can you
He
pull up
can't say this
Exhibit
and that.
1817 that was
So.
just shown to the witness, please?
Oh, there's Joe.
And
Sitting
can
right
you
back there.
blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
Wait, are
And
we
what
experts?
size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll
Agreed.
sustain the objection.
You can take that down.
It's a broken bottle. You're not going to get there, Roddy.
Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that
This
the
is my
finger
favorite
was
expert
severed from
cross
the
so
vodka
far.
bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
I
overruled.
thought it was
I
when
did
we
remember
came
that
in.
question.
Yes. Thank
Right
you.
here.
Is that consistent, that alleged account, is
there.
that
I thought that
consistent
was her
with
sister.
the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury
That's fair.
how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
So again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could slightly be.
So he's saying that's how the bottom of the finger got pulled off.
But because it's below
under
the
the
level of
nail.
the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of
The
your
thing is,
deposition, the
Amber
one that Ms.
Heard's
Vasquez
own
just showed you?
witnesses say that Heard said,
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only,
Overruled.
thank you.
he's an expert. He's allowed
Ms.
to testify
Vasquez
to
asked you a question and then she read your answer.
He's
trying
allowed to
impeach you,
testify
but
to
she only
hearsay.
read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your
However,
answer right.
Rottenborn
Okay.
huffing like he's
the
annoyed.
question is on
is
page
annoying.
164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely.
Use your
I
time,
can't rule
Rottenborn.
out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
It's a
the
good
I don't think
question-
that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
the rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has
Sit down now.
anything that's been
Nope, sit
presented
down
to you
now.
on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
Sit down now.
I have nothing further.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
I think
Thank
that
you.
is
All right, Dr.
Whitney.
Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you.
Yep,
All right,
looks like
thank you.
Whitney, and looks
All right, your
like
next
is
witness?
that
Your Honor,
who
would
is that?
like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel?
Because this is only supposed to. Well, I guess this is upcoming witnesses,
All
but
right,
that
that's
looks
fine,
like
sir.
Rocky. Is that Rocky Pennington sitting next to Amber's sister? Oh, we saw no pictures of the alleged door at all. So I guess they haven't called him up yet. They might be going to sidebar. The thing that annoys me about Rottenborn, and it was a good redirect, is that when there's an objection, instead of just saying, Your Honor, he's an expert, it's proper testimony, or Your Honor, it's proper redirect, he goes, Your Honor. And I'm just like, bro, calm down. It's okay. Just respond, because his questioning is better than Elaine's. So I don't know what this doctor is coming up for, but we've got Ben Chu and Elaine up at the bench to have some conversation, and that's going to be interesting. And again, this doctor's expert testimony is that the injury is consistent. We see Ben Chu down there. No, wait, that's Ben Chu. Who is this? Is this Dennison? Sorry. We see Chu down here saying, good job to Camille. She did a great cross. I really liked her cross. I like her style of cross. But what we got from this expert is that they're going to be able to do closing arguments saying, this expert wasn't there. He doesn't know, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing that's so interesting to me is that it contradicts some of Amber Heard's own witnesses. Amber Heard has witnesses that say Amber Heard told them, the acting teacher comes to mind particularly, Amber Heard told them that Johnny Depp injured his own finger with a vodka bottle. And then you've got Amber Heard saying that he injured his finger, like presumably smashing the phone against the wall. So what is the point of saying it was a door all of a sudden when none of the testimony from Amber Heard's side has been that it was a sliding door, other than that's the story Depp gave immediately after it was injured, but not to Dr. Kipper, only at the ER. Dr. Kipper, it seemed, had the real story, or, well, Depp's team's supposed real story, I should say. because the jury gets to decide what the real story is. Were Whitney and Raquel up for recall? I don't think Raquel was. I don't think Whitney was. So no, I don't think they are. It's interesting that they're in the courtroom. And what's very interesting to me, and what I wonder if the jury, I need to make a note. I wonder if the jury will look at Raquel and be like, boo, why are you here? If you testified by video depo, why are you sitting in court then? Because if you're going to come to court, maybe you should have gotten up on the stand. Oh, we binged. Look at that. Y'all subscribing. Thank you. Oh my God. We're like on the road to 500K. Y'all, thank you. We're at like almost 469. So, hey, thank you so much for subscribing, Leonards. Here's the thing. Won't the jury wonder why she didn't testify in person? I need to make a note. Rocky, because that's the first time we've seen people in court for Amber Heard. And I wonder if they're trying to not humanize, but show that she has support. It's just an odd, like it's a strange move when they've seen that witness testify by video deposition. Like, why, if you testified by video depo, why are you in court now? Like, why now? Why today? Is it because this is the day they end their case and they want to see some of the rebuttal? I'm not sure it's Rocky either. It could be. So I'm going to have to look at other stuff, because I'm not sure it's Rocky, but that's why I was saying it, if it is, won't it make them think? So we'll see who is sitting next to, will Johnny's team be calling Raquel? I don't think they can. Her and Rocky aren't friends anymore. I know. So who's sitting next to the sister? So Whitney. So it's fair that we're not sure who the friend is. But there is somebody sitting right there with bangs. I don't know. Is it Jennifer Hall? Probably not sitting in the courtroom until after their own testimony. And if it was a witness for Depp's side, they would be sitting behind Depp's side. So I'm going to get to a few questions. They're asking the doctor something. So something is going on where they need to ask the doctor. I'm surprised they didn't just excuse the jury at this point and bring the doctor up and let the judge ask. If the counterclaim is dismissed, does Amber Heard's team still get a rebuttal? Likelihood of dismissal. I rarely see a dismissal where I'm like, this one's on the ropes. This counterclaim is on the ropes. There's a possibility. The fact that there's even a possibility is a bad thing for Amber Heard's team, but there's a possibility. And if the counterclaim gets dismissed, then closing arguments would be Depp, Heard, Depp,
Thank you.
done, because they wouldn't get that rebuttal to deal with the counterclaim. It looks like this doctor is coming up to be sworn in. Why there is such a thing as client-attorney confidentiality, but no medical, especially mental health. It was waived in this case. Attorney-client privilege was not waived, but the medical was waived in this case for both sides, which allowed both sides to get into some of these areas that we're now seeing. Hello from Holland. What's the big deal about JD using an earpiece on set? It seems like a good idea.
Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
I think they're trying to say that
R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia.
I just hear
as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Hello, Perry the Platypus.
And what is
That's
your
all I hear
occupation?
right now.
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
I think it's going to
work?
him
Do you work at
not working well on
Virginia.
set.
I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is the teaching hospital.
All the way he said Norfolk.
How many years
Perry,
have you
Virginia.
been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated
I'm sorry,
residency
he
in
does,
1993.
and it's not
So
meant with
from
any disrespect at all.
1993
I
to
like
today,
Doofenshmirtz,
I've been
but I
district
just
practicing.
he
That's almost
looks to
30
That's 30
me
years. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
either that or
Please describe for the jury
doctor from
the nature of your clinical practice.
Oh, I'm gonna forget his name.
So my
Back to the
clinical
Future.
practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my
Doc
day
Brown. That's what I
is
was
clinical
thinking.
between the two components.
And again, not meant with
And
disrespect.
what is involved?
We
in a
talked about the other
comprehensive
witnesses looking like
evaluation?
people too. We had the one that looked like Kim
So in a
Kardashian last
comprehensive
week.
evaluation, in addition to reviewing historical information that you receive from
So he did a psych
other
eval of
sources,
who?
You undertake a history from the patient. You get whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
I don't think that aligns with the facts. That's why I
How
don't
many
think they brought it
patients
up.
have you treated over
Their theory
the
is it
30
happened with
years?
the bottle.
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients, probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So we'll talk about that.
I'm interested to see what he's coming in
What,
for.
if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
Why
So when
does
I'm
it
on
matter,
call,
Elaine?
which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of
Oh, that's why the
psychiatric
weekends
practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients
Oh, so this is going to go
have
to
substance
the,
abuse problems.
they're alleging the changing personality.
Does
I think
this
that's what
include
this is
both
going to
legal
go
and
for.
illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%,
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not trauma.
25% of my practice
Narrow
is
part of
people
trauma.
who have suffered intimate partner violence.
As the
And
trauma.
how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have reported intimate partner violence.
What about men?
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that we'll see perpetrators of partner violence. And, they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who
Complained
have been
is fair
perpetrators of
because in
intimate
the
partner
medical
violence?
context, you would say complained of or reported.
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Kind of
Probably
interchange
5 to
complained of or
10% the
reported.
patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Tens of thousands
Yes,
of perpetrators?
leading.
Overrule.
It's an expert.
As
Some
part
of
of
the
treating
leading is
patients
fine.
relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Regularly?
Do I regularly value the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes.
Do I pronounce
Yes, right. I mean,
regularly
they
wrong?
Get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Have I been pronouncing
Are
regularly
you
wrong my whole
licensed in
life?
Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
They're showing the jury
Have you
that
been
these are
qualified
home,
by courts as an expert witness?
these are local experts.
Yes, I have.
I don't know
And
how much
many
it'll matter
states
to
have
this
you been
jury,
qualified as an expert?
but it's showing that he's a local
3,
expert.
which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background,
Susie.
beginning with your undergraduate studies?
Start with high school.
So I went
you
to
have
Duke
a favorite
University
sport?
undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between
It can
Dartmouth
matter to
Hitchcock
juries
Medical Center
in
and
cases
Penn
like this.
State
I'll talk about it at the
Hershey Medical
break. It can matter to
And
juries in cases like
And I'm
this.
also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
Okay. And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency at Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and
They made a very big
consultation
deal of
liaison
Dr. Curry
psychiatry
not
as a
being board
subspecialty.
certified. This is part
Okay.
of why.
So you have 2 board certifications.
Yes.
So they can say our
Can you
our
explain
experts
to the jury what's
are more
involved in board
experty
certifications
than
in
your
those 2
experts.
fields?
So board certification is
Matters
the
when the
standard
experts battle.
we strive to in being a physician or any other mental
Again,
health
Dr.
practitioner.
Curry,
It involves
not an
taking
MD.
a very
believe.
comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go through continual medical education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I'm a
please tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association.
Okay, we're going through
as well as the
qualifications.
fellow of the American
The
Psychiatric
jurors generally are
Association.
told of the
I'm a
witness
member
list
of the
and
Medical
asked if they
Society of
know anyone
Virginia.
on the witness
I'm a
list.
member of the,
It's up to the jurors to say,
Psychiatric
no,
Society of
I don't know
Virginia.
anyone.
I'm a
So
member of
that
the Tidewater
generally
Academy of
can't happen.
Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So yes, so teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition
I
to
don't know.
that,
The jury might be
I
interested.
teach lectures
The doctors
to the
are
residents,
third parties. It's
to
interesting.
the third, second, and fourth
Allie,
year medical
I
students.
know it's not comparable.
as well as a fourth year medical student lecture.
They
as
made a
well.
very big
So
deal
I'm
about it.
constantly teaching.
They're trying to
Have
make
you
fetch
engaged in any
happen.
hands-on training?
know it doesn't
of
matter.
Psychiatrists practicing in Virginia
Hands-on training with the residents.
with psychiatrists.
Oh yeah. So again, I'm
They're spending a
teaching
lot of
at
time on this
bedside. I mean, we
resume.
don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn.
And that's their job
And
as
again, that
experts.
includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students. So every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
There's
What is your
120,000 of
role
you in
at
here.
Eastern Virginia Medical
Thank you.
School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So
Seems like a
as
big
the acting
deal.
chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating,
He has an
seeing,
easy cadence.
evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of
Yes.
publishing, et cetera, I'm
Brianna's
responsible
still a doctor, not
for
an
their,
MD. I should have been more clear. I think
teaching
I said not
assignments
an
to other
MD.
residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are
What if I misspoke?
accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
You're not a failure for passing the bar exam. The bar exam
Have you
is
published in your field?
gatekeeping at its finest.
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts. And I have my own book on catatonia, the consultation liaison setting.
What?
I have a book chapter on the
I need more info.
current and current and contemporary approaches, temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
On a
And
wiki book?
Have you
Wait, what?
peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a reviewer on. I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology.
They could
and
shorten
I'm
this.
actually editor in chief.
They're not going
at
to,
this
but they
point,
could
of
shorten
clinical
this.
neuropharmacology.
They want
Have you
to
lectured
bang
on
away.
the effects of drugs and alcohol on
They
the
want to
human
bang
brain?
away at the
Yes,
credentials to make them
teach to the
credible to the
residents. I
jury.
teach lecture to the second-year medical students, third-year medical students. So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of
Punctured?
trauma. And in that trauma,
Somebody tell me what
was intimate
punctured
partner
means in this
violence.
context. It
Are you
seems like an
familiar
odd
with
use
the
of the word.
hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Why is there a
Are you
second
familiar with
IPV
what
expert?
causes intimate partner violence?
Do they think Dr.
One more-
Hughes fucked up
excuse me?
that bad?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I can just mention at this point too,
Is
that
he an expert on
when
IPV
we're
or
discussing intimate partner violence,
on the impacts
I
of
think it's imperative for the jury
drugs
to
and
know we are
alcohol and
talking about
cognition?
repetitive behavior over periods of time.
His hair doesn't bother me.
And
Experts
the
are
type
running to
of
court.
abuse
It's
can
windy
be any
outside.
physical,
They're busy.
psychological,
It doesn't bother me at all.
sexual.
It's
But just as important is
Yeah,
for
it's
somebody,
not
one of
not
the partners to
odd to
maintain
me.
some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are
Power,
a lot of
control, and
facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more
How
to
is
it
this
than
not
just the actual abuse act.
cumulative?
Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
I thought he was going to
I'd
do.
move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor,
Do you wish to voir dire?
I do.
Oh,
Okay.
Dennison.
To his qualifications.
Remind Dennison
Okay,
how to
thank
do
you.
this right this time. He did this badly last time.
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry,
Yes,
I don't understand
And
why they're calling another IPV
liaison
expert.
consultation.
We're trying to.
Psychiatry.
other way around, but consultation liaison.
psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with the issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20.
I wonder
it's
if he's
20, about
published in
20%
it,
have
et cetera, et
suffered from
cetera.
intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
Yeah, I wonder if they're
If
trying
your
to
definition
shoehorn.
is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical
I
trials?
wonder if
or
they're
what are you
trying to
saying?
shoehorn
Is that what you're
more
saying?
out of
'Cause I've
this
done
expert
review
than they
articles
originally
on
thought.
Patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, oh, I haven't done any studies like where you
I think
give them
he's here
medication
for
for
drugs,
treatment, try
alcohol,
one treatment versus
cognition.
another.
I think they're
reviewed
trying
the
to
body of
shoehorn in
literature
IPV because he has
on
experience in it,
intimate partner violence to
and that's
get
why it's
two
getting
review
challenged on
articles,
the
yes.
IPV
So you-
grounds.
So you've read about it, is what you just
He
testified.
reminds me of Christopher
I
Lloyd
would
too.
have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely two different things, sir.
He's like, with
You
respect,
haven't
dumbass.
authored any
that face.
articles
With respect,
specifically
dummy.
on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes.
I'm
In
here
terms
for
of in
all
the name of the title
of
of
the
the
Camille
article,
Vasquez love.
the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV,
I
although
don't know if you have the right books to be the expert.
temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never.
And I'm part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with
Temporal mandibular disease.
problems with the jaw.
I have questions.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporal
The
mandibular?
temporomandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, too. Thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go.
I've got
So-
questions.
You haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will
They're
reiterate again,
challenging his qualifications
cannot
as an IPV
separate
expert.
intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric.
He's annoyed that
Aside from
some
trauma.
lawyer
Trauma
is trying to say he
is
doesn't know what he's
overall.
talking about.
Intimate partner
get it.
violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the
He's
question
annoyed.
is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of
He's
an
getting
intimate
louder.
partner.
Right. But you've already testified that
Yeah, he's.
half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice
questions
is
about the
IPV,
TMD stuff.
correct?
Which is actually I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
That, except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So
Yeah, I was
10%
just
of
calling
your
Dr. B to see if I could get
practice
him in
is
here.
IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like
I'm
that.
just using
but
yours.
I don't know if I'm doing. I don't know if those numbers add up like that.
I'm not
because
mathing
I'm not
like
sure if
that.
That's the case. If you take 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice. That's being rather specific. So
Don't make me
again,
laugh.
a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again. Thank you. sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now and
This
publications.
is going to be interesting.
And
I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not, if you go to
60 and 80 is
PubMed,
significant.
You go to PubMed right now and Google.
Let's get to
Put
480.
PubMed, Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted.
Let's get to
75. So it's around 80.
480,000.
So
We're
again,
at
what's on my
468.
CV is not necessarily the most updated
Let's prove that
version,
60 and 80
because I
are
still
different.
publish
Let's do
since
it.
the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles.
I don't
has
know
IPV
where
in the
Denison's
title,
going
right?
with this.
Correct.
But
Not
they're
one of them
trying-
is IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
They're
Right.
trying to prove he's
And
not
you've
the
never
IPV expert.
presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So
I'd like
the
that we
answer is
bridged this
yes, I have.
testimony to my
Our
subscriber
answer is
count.
yes, I have.
Are we making
And
it about
IPV
me?
doesn't appear in your CV at all.
Never.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV.
Oh.
I do. So.
Well, that's interesting.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry. Repeat the
So
question, sir?
interesting.
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence.
But they're not all
Part and
trauma.
parcel of trauma.
Not all
You don't
trauma is IPV.
Spread it like that.
IPV is trauma, but not all
Your
trauma
Honor,
is IPV.
Plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue.
The
Thank
judge
you.
is like, no, you've not moved the needle. Elaine looks pleased. Elaine's like,
Spiegel.
mhm.
At our request, what have you
agree,
reviewed in
passenger
this
shaming.
case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So
gen-
it's,
give the jury more
It's
general.
a lengthy.
Now he's going to
review,
just
but
yell at the
court
jury. He's got to
violence,
take a breath, bro. Take a breath.
Psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians, medical records of physician note, Dr. Kipper. Counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to. Text messages,
He
depositions.
was really annoyed that his expertise was being
snippets of,
questioned.
the UK trial.
And that's fair.
And I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you
Ooh,
seen
let's
in
talk
terms
about
of
pictures.
emails,
Ask him about
audios,
pictures.
videos? things
Yes. So I've seen videos of.
Yeah, I like
Mr.
Camille's
Depp.
expert
I think
cross
the
better
video
than
was showing
Dennison.
of Mr.
Much
Depp
better.
destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking
Oh, we
glass.
saw the cupboards video.
And yelling at Miss Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the
Y'all, we're at
house.
469. Let's
Okay.
see the difference between 60 and 80.
And
up
what,
on
if
this
any,
channel.
review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Oh,
Objection.
Sure.
oh, well, this is interesting. They are going to talk about reviewing Dr. Curry's testimony. I have a feeling, and this is a supposition, that they did not know this expert would be talking about IPV because they already had Dr. Hughes talk about IPV. I don't know if they're trying to fix Dr. Hughes's testimony, if they're answering the internet with Dr. Hughes's testimony not being substantially helpful, but it's very interesting to me. I thought this was going to be drug use and cognition because they talked about Johnny Depp's personality changing. And by the way, we're trying to make fetch happen that, 60 and 80 are different. That's what we're trying to do. But it's very interesting to me that they are trying to either undo or fix Dr. Hughes's testimony. And I wonder if that has to do with the perception on social media. All wondering, did Heard's team look at how Dr. Hughes was received and go, if the jury received her the same way, we have to fix it. So yes, I will go refresh the feed real quick so that it isn't lagging. And let that refresh while we're doing this. Thank you guys for asking. I'm going to answer a few questions while we've got this going because we're going to try to prove the difference. But I think this expert was meant to be about the drug effects. I agree with you, RC Boxley. They need to just focus on the drug effects and not the IPV since they had Dr. Hughes. I agree with you. I think they're going to try to get to the IPV again, maybe because Dr. Hughes was not well received. And this is going to be a very interesting use of time given they don't have much of it. Can you please tell the chat not to leave false reviews on the opposite side expert? No one should be doing that, James. Law nerds, I don't think law nerds would ever, because law nerds know that kind of stuff is fuckery. He doesn't get reviews. He might look like Doc Brown and or Dr. Doofenshmirtz, just like the other expert looked like Kim Kardashian, or not the other expert, but just like the other witness looked like Kim Kardashian. But no need to go real world. He's an expert. He's hired to do a job. He's doing a job. They are still up at sidebar, which is very interesting to me. So again, we're trying to make fetch happen. He's easily dislikable. He seems angry. He was angry because some lawyer, not all doctors regard lawyers well, some lawyer was questioning all of his work and his expertise. And so he's just like, bro, seriously? So I understand why he was annoyed with being voir dired as an expert. I get it. I get it. Question on the topic of the jury dismissing a witness statement. Do we get to know if they do? No, we don't know how the jury decides something. This Sima goes to my podcast from this week that came out a little bit late. Sorry, y'all. The podcast was up audio, but the video came up late, about how they get to determine witness credibility. It's timestamped if you want to go look at that video, but they get to choose who to believe. They're the jury. Question, I thought Whitney was not subject to recall for either side. I thought so too. I think she might just be in court supporting her sister. Been playing catch up with your coverage of the trial, and I can't thank you enough for making this so understandable, funny at points, and interesting. Good evening from South Korea, drinking Diet Coke. Hello, thank you. I try. They're still up at the bench. So, oh, no, now they're frozen. There we go. All right, we've left off at
Do you remember my
469.
Did you review
I
the
reviewed
deposition and testimony of
It's
Dr.
possible.
Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed I'm sorry.
And
Yes, so I reviewed
Doc
testimony of Dr. Curry.
Muffins.
I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Doc Muffins.
And what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It is probably beyond the
Did
scope of the
you
disclosure.
interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
That was a negative
Dr. Spiegel, I'm
ghostwriter.
going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can
What's
you do that?
interesting is
Yes.
if this is beyond
Okay.
the scope of the disclosure,
On
Depp's
what
team
were
is
you
probably
requested to
pissed.
analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence.
I don't speculate
and
on diagnoses.
behaviors
I ask the
that are
chat not
shown-
to. I am
risk
not a
factors
medical
that are shown
expert.
in intimate
I
partner
refer to
violence
experts in their
to
field.
be consistent.
It is not
with
mine to have an opinion
behaviors
on,
that Mr. Depp
and that
has
is not
demonstrated.
really for any of us that aren't medical
Two,
professionals.
I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that
That's not a
including
good
mood,
idea, Muffy.
behavior, cognition, functional impairment.
Doc Brown might be
Three,
going back in time to fix
Talking about
Dr.
the
Hughes.
psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and
Oh,
medical
Lane.
sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive
might have been
effects,
windy when he
and their
came in.
functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury. One other thing, when we talk about
Take your
when
time.
Psychiatry talks
Take your
about
time,
substance
man.
use disorders.
I'd like to
it's
talk about
imperative
something
to
else.
understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint.
And I see
or
the
snorts
experts in the chat
occasionally
saying you
coke,
don't
okay,
diagnose
or
without
has alcohol
evaluating.
on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin or Ron. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
I saw the question about how can he talk about Depp without evaluating him.
Lack insight.
That's going to come
or
up
in the
on
very
cross.
early stages of recognizing
That's going to come up a lot.
Problem will sometimes actually say that they have.
Sorry, I had questions about TMG for Dr.
Actually
B.
calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes. But again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on.
You can talk in a general way.
Moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp.
So is this an expert to say Johnny Depp uses drugs and alcohol? Because I feel like we've already gotten there.
What is your answer to that?
So again, let me.
It's a great question.
Here, I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us.
Jury, remember, Johnny Depp's human.
Who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common.
Humans are
Everyone in
human.
this courtroom shares that in common.
Wow, everybody's human.
When Mr.
Weird.
Depp was
Everyone's
in his
human.
relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you
he-
explain to
Leading
the
your-
jury what that is?
He
Overruled.
was not monogamous to one substance.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said,
Oh, I didn't realize it was
concurrently,
3 or more.
He was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did
Depp
Mr.
used
Depp's
drugs.
drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
How
Yes.
can you determine that without
So,
evaluating him?
If nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him.
Mini?
And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words.
What
And in the
happens if you're
meanwhile,
ADHD?
you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering.
Mini is a standard
2
acronym. It does not
or
mean
all 3
small.
of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in deposition.
So that's going to
video
memory.
deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol
And this is
and
going
cocaine
to, he doesn't remember the
that
things he
level
did
of
to
degree,
her.
and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you
Everything you're
observe
pointing out,
from the
Chad, should
record
come up on
evidence about
cross.
Mr. Depp having
What about
difficulty
ADHD?
focusing,
What
his
about trauma?
attention span,
What about this?
processing, whether
What
he
about
could
that?
function as
Should
an
all come up on
actor?
cross.
So
Objection compound.
Compound
Facts.
is only if it's
Overruled.
Thank you.
Compound is only if it's
So
not
again,
explain
in
it to us
terms of
again,
the
Elaine.
acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that,
And we
could have
heard
been
about that
also
in Depp's
due to-
testimony.
and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older, Mike. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going
Hopefully
to be
they'll
impaired.
ask about
It
her
is
drug
inescapable
use.
that that's going to happen. So
Hopefully
all
they'll
that
ask about her drug use on
comes
cross.
into play.
I mean,
And
maybe
that's
they
what I
will, maybe they
witnessed
won't.
in the video deposition. Fortunately
Good
for
luck.
Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial,
More info.
that's he's
It's always good.
His cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
I'm trying to pull up some of the super chats, and I'm
What, if
sorry, there's
any,
like 131 of you, 31,000 of you
Observations
in
from
here, and the
the
chat keeps
record
jumping. I'm
evidence
trying
did
to
you
grab
have
them.
about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible
to remember
Typo everything.
what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because
They
they
can.
didn't have enough time for their brain
I don't know if they
to
will.
process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? So no, of course not.
I think
But
this
are
is
they
proving
complication of
we're
a use
trying to
disorder?
prove that Depp has memory
Absolutely,
issues.
yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine.
I don't
Is
know.
it possible to have
We'll see.
blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in
So if
memory
he has
formation.
experience in ADHD, I
So,
hope they get
Objection
into it.
relevance.
I hope they get into
Just
it.
giving an example. Overruled.
Dude, let them waste their
Combining
time,
the two substances
Dennison.
together increases the likelihood.
I hope
even
they
if you
ask him
don't
about
get
ADHD.
What is a major stroke? And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They
This
don't
is using all their
necessarily
time.
have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at minimum, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about.
I saw the
Well, we
chat
had
that said Amber Heard's
Thank you,
case is
Dr.
drugs are
Spiegel.
bad
What,
and
if any
K.
correlation is there between
been thinking of
domestic
Mr. Mackey
abuse,
too.
heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So
We heard
um,
that testimony. He's an
the
expert.
risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence. Okay. And there are probably many of them.
We should
I
ask
don't have
about
time
this.
to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human.
We saw him get
all
angry this
at
morning.
people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most
Don't
of
act
us
on it.
don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are
His
involved
explanation's already better
in
than Dr.
making
Hughes's.
sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects
Dr.
of
Hughes ended
alcohol
up being a huge waste of their time, it seems.
acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders.
How do you know that? Like,
Okay.
based on what?
Knowing
though?
that treating
I'm
it
not
gets
doubting
it better,
him, but you
improves
have
it. I'm not
to.
saying it removes it, but improves
What
it.
studies? Because he hasn't
Hearing
talked
from
about
Mr.
that yet.
Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them
text
all
that-
lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less.
If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Bretterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and
How
gentlemen.
do you
Just
have
do not
time for
discuss the
quite a
case and
bit
don't do
more?
any outside research.
All right,
We'll be
we
back
are
with you.
going to
I'm sorry.
morning
15 minutes.
recess.
We're just taking a break. No, we're just taking a break.
He's like, I'm sorry. Don't apologize, sir. You take your time. You explain it all to the people. We're here for it, sir. You take the time you need to take. So yes, that does look like Whitney right there. I don't know who this is next to her, a different person that was next to her earlier. Maybe we'll see tweets from DUI guy or Joe Neerman about
All
who
right, let's
they
just
see
take
in
a
the
break till
courtroom.
11 then. We'll come
So
back at
we've
11.
got a
Okay, thank you.
15-minute break. Question, is this the best use of Heard's time? I don't know. Given that Team Heard have time issues, priorities to save time for rebuttal. They're prioritizing their case. How strong is this witness with not assessing JD personally? I don't know what I don't know what Elaine's talking about. I don't know what the jury will decide. They went through his records and they're trying to figure it out. Let's see. They're trying to, I think they might end up running the clock on themselves with this witness. She said she has quite a bit more. They're essentially redoing, by the way, thanks y'all. They're essentially redoing Dr. Hughes's testimony, which does not seem like a good use of time. Though Dr. Hughes's testimony was not excellent, I don't think it was great. Those things in there are there for closing. So at some point they have to rely on their skill as attorneys to bring that back around in closing. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. So let's see. Let's get us to some more questions here real quick. Question, have you seen the trial, A Murder in the Family on Prime? It's a mock trial with real counsel documenting the jury process. I have not, but that sounds very interesting. Mock trial is always fun. Let me see. I've got to pull this up bigger so I can, because I'm old, so I can read. Why don't they have experts testify Amber's injuries instead of attempt to mischaracterize how Johnny's actual injury occurred? I think that they are going to see that on rebuttal, but I wonder if the jury will be like, hey, what you haven't shown us is any medical experts that Amber Heard was treated by. I think that will stick out to the jury for sure. I mean, how can it not? So we'll see. But I think we're going to get a forensic MD in the rebuttal case from Depp to talk about, okay, this is the injury described. I imagine how they'll do this is it was described that someone tripped over this, fell backwards, hit their head on a wall, was pummeled with heavy rings, was this and this and this. What injuries would you expect to see in your experience? What would those injuries look like and what medical treatment would be necessary? So it's going to go back and forth on proving that the different injuries didn't happen the way that the parties said they did. Or is this morning so far a good use of time? We'll see. I think the doctor about the finger, it's like, okay, well, it was a crushing injury. We don't know what the two things that it was crushed between could be. I don't know. It gives them room in closing to argue that his finger wasn't injured the way he said it was, but that contradicts their own witnesses too. Why not ask JD's doctor directly? I don't know why they didn't bring in the treating doctor. This is Amber Heard's case. She gets to do what she wants. Well, within the bounds of propriety. Question, unless he's a forensic, how can he testify how it occurred? My ortho can't tell me how I got a compressive fracture in my hip. He was saying what is consistent and inconsistent, or at least it seems that he was trying to. So that seems to be what he was trying to do. Is closing included in the remaining time? No, each side gets 2 hours for closing. So not unlimited and not included. Is it not telling that they've brought in a doctor to address JD's injury, but no doctor for Amber Heard's injuries? It might be very telling to the jury. And it seems like James from court is tweeting. So I'm going to go pull that up on the Twitters real quick so we can talk about it in real time. Oh, wait, but first, me trying to get to 480. Yes. There's 136,000 of you here. Am I going to shamelessly plug my YouTube channel for a second? Yes. Let's go to Twitter and see what James from court is saying. James from court has been following this case, has been in the courtroom. So we're going to go watch that right now. or go look at that right now. Let's see. Oh, and Hogue Law reached 100,000 subs. Yay, Hogue Law. All right, let's pull this up. Let's see. We're going to do it this way. Let's see. Taking a quick snack break, J9 was having none of the orthopedic surgeon, and J8 smiled several times during Camille's cross. Not starting off good for Team Amber Heard. And this is juror number 9 and juror number 8. That's James from court 25 minutes ago. I'm going to go see if we have anything additional from Good Logic, who was also in the courtroom. And then I will ask them if any of them want to come on this afternoon. I have a hard stop at lunch where I have to take a bit of a break. So if I don't get to super chats, I will try to get them in the afternoon, and I will ask them to come on in the afternoon. Good Logic has not tweeted yet, except from last night in line. So if we see that, my mods are keeping it on top of it, and the chat is keeping on top of it and letting me know you guys are great. So let's get back to a little bit of Q&A. Look at this, y'all making things happen. Y'all making things happen. Hi from Norway. It seems like all of Amber Heard's witnesses are instructed to look directly at the jury when answering. It's common with experts to explain. So it's common, here, we're going to put this down. It's common with experts that they're going to be like, hi, I'm your friendly neighborhood expert. I'm local to you. I live in your fine community. Listen to me, trust me, like me. I'm just explaining it to you. Take my side. So it's not uncommon. That's not uncommon at all. So, but with the civilian witnesses, it can be very off-putting. And I think we've seen reports of that. Sorry, is my chair, like after weeks and weeks of sitting here, starting to make me crazy a little bit? Because I live here now. If this is Amber's case, shouldn't it be limited to only proving her counterclaims? No. How does this testimony relate to Waldman's statements? It doesn't. She gets to prove in her case her counterclaims, and she gets to defend Depp's defamation claims. And defending Depp's defamation claims includes, I didn't injure you with a bottle. So that's why she's not limited. She's also on defense. Do objections and time at the bench count towards the side's time allotment? It depends. Just sidebars for evidentiary stuff, not necessarily. But it does count when there's an objection that needs to be argued at the bench. The side that loses the objection, the time is counted against them. She has like a full judicial assistant dealing with the time, and it seems really complex. I'm glad they're doing it, but wow. Miss Mishabel, home from the hospital after surgery was one complication. Hope you are well. Can't wait to be home and catch up on your show and trial. Thank you again. You're welcome. Be well, rest well, heal fast. Cheers to you. Do they shop around for experts who will corroborate their theory? They look for experts who are consistent with their theory. That's the game of law. Anytime you're asking the witness and they're responding is using time right? Yes. Question, since Amber Heard has 8 hours left, that's a day worth. Does that include closing? No. Closing gets extra time, 2 hours for each side. What, if any, video depots are in store for today? Triggered. I don't know. We will see. If he testifies that JD did this to himself, he did not. He just said it's consistent with the door, not consistent with the bottle. Do these experts get paid for their time? Yes, very well. In a lot of cases, experts get paid very well. If Johnny is right-handed and he injured his right hand, how does he use a knife with his left hand? They didn't even get into the knife. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to bring in an ENT specialist that would have rest the case for nosegate? They didn't want to. I don't think they want to open up the question that her nose could have been injured riding a horse, that her nose could have been injured, when she was younger, that her nose could have been injured due to, ingesting substances through it. I don't think they want to open that door. I think they want to allude to the fact that it was treated and let that hang there, let it dangle. Amber said he did it with the phone. Yeah. The doctor also seems to contradict Amber Heard's own testimony, which is weird. It's weird. It's weird to me because they didn't even ask. No one said the word phone. No one said, could this have happened by smashing a phone? Not a single person. Why didn't they get a reconstruction plastic surgeon who specializes in microvascular hand surgeries? I don't know. Maybe none of them wanted to testify that they couldn't say it was that they thought it wasn't a vodka bottle glass injury and they thought it was more likely an injury in the door. Why do you think they're using Camille and not Dennison, who they use for experts? I don't know, but I thought Camille was great. I'm glad they used Camille for that expert. I thought her cross was really direct. So I don't know. Are we going to ignore that Amber Heard testified it was a phone? Apparently, because nobody brought it up. Do you think he will testify to mechanism of JD's injury? He tried to testify to the door. So they didn't get the word velocity in there, which I was bummed about. But they did say that it was consistent with a crushing injury. So I don't know how much it matters. If Amber Heard's team runs out of time, can they still object? They can still object, but they're not going to have much time to argue those objections. So can they cross-examine the witness if defense times run out? No, they cannot. Once time's out, the judge said, if you run out of time in the middle of a question, I'm stopping you. No. If they run out of time, they have to sit down. Yes, they can object, but they have to sit down and do nothing. What is this supposed to prove? Your guess is as good as mine. I think this morning where we're at is Johnny Depp's memory is impaired with drugs and alcohol, and he doesn't remember what happened. Therefore, you can't believe what he says because he doesn't remember what happened. However, there are photos and audio, and there's photos and audio. So if the jury's like, fine, we're not going to listen to Depp, we're not going to listen to Heard, we're going to go into the middle and listen to all the third-party witnesses, I don't know if that's better for Team Heard if the jury just listens to all the third-party witnesses, because they're going to be like, whose stories seem to be consistent with the audio? Whose stories seem to be consistent with the audio and consistent with the photos? And the jury could absolutely do that. Absolutely. Smart use of time. Don't think so. Then if not crush injury, then the phone couldn't be done either. Chat, you are all infinitely smart. Yes, you've all said the things that we're thinking. Even the people here saw he was inconsistent with the position of the hand. Go Camille. Oh my God, he is forming his own assumptions about how it was structured, not based on JD's testimony. It seems that way. In your opinion, don't paid witnesses tend always to just side with whomever's paying the bill? That's what they're paid for. It doesn't mean they're wrong, but that's what they're paid for. Can the jury award damages with stipulations such as you get this money, but X amount has to go? No. No. Why is she wasting time on these experts? Don't know. Dr. Kipper, didn't Kipper clean the finger before the hospital? Yes. And JD used his finger to paint? Yes. With an open wound, he could put pressure on that. I have no idea. He said that he used that wound to paint. That's in evidence. Finally able to watch your live? Yay. I've been catching up with my best friend Kim. Implored that I check out your channel, so I finally did. Tell her I like your pants. She'd die. You rock. Kim, Hot Mess Jess says she likes your pants. And I like your pants too. They're apparently fantastic pants. Unless you're not wearing pants, and then I've got questions about that whole super chat. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate your analysis, education, and style. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. So let's go see what DUI guy is saying on Twitter. Chat, thank you for doing all the things. I can't do all the things in my brain. So you look, when I say the law nerds are the greatest research assistants in the world, you guys tag me on Twitter and on TikTok on the things you want me to see. You guys keep me in the loop when I am trying to explain the things to y'all. And I appreciate it just immensely. There aren't words. All right. 12 minutes into Dr. Moore's testimony, Juror 2 is leaning his face into his palm and appears to be bored, possibly waiting for action and not seeing it. The juror face palmed himself. The jurors are sitting, you know why? Because the jurors are sitting there going, wait, so Johnny Depp does drugs? Holy fuck, Johnny Depp does drugs? And they're over it at this point because they've, again, if they had maybe lessened some of the other testimony about drug use, then maybe this would have mattered to the jury. But they talked so much about Depp's drug use that I can't imagine. Sorry, my in-ear cord was twisted and was making me crazy. ADHD. I can't deal with it when it's making me crazy. There was so much. There was just so much there that the jury at this point is like, and they're not even listening to the impact on memory because they just don't care anymore. It seems. I should say they could just not be listening anymore because so much has been said. Juror 7 especially is darting his gaze back and forth between Moore and Rottenborn with every question with enthusiasm. So some of the jurors are into it, some are not. By the way, the lady was first cut into number 75 this morning and then cut into number 1. Shows up this morning, break. Wait a second. hold on. There's something else. I missed something. By the way, the lady that first cut into number 75 this morning and then cut into number 1 shows up this morning break and says, I love you, Johnny. Our souls are connected. And what are you going to do if that baby is yours? She was forcibly escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiff. T from court. Apparently there was line drama. I didn't watch DUI guy's line video last night because I had to sleep. When Dr. Moore's first called. Okay, let's see. Juror 7 is wearing a suit today and it looks really good on him. Okay, go juror number 7. So let's see if there's any more to discuss on the Twitters. All right, I'm gonna go look at James from court real quick. Thank you guys for subbing. I can't believe there's like 141,000 of you here. That's a record for us on this stream and probably trending on the YouTube. So I appreciate you for being here, for being law nerds, and I appreciate you for, doing the things the law nerdy way. We talk about what the people are saying. We don't make fun of the people. And again, I think saying someone looks like someone is not making fun. Making fun is, making fun. We could, especially with the vocal fry witness that looked like and sounded like Kim Kardashian. After judge leaves, baby lady from line gets up and shouts, Johnny, I love you. Our souls connected. What would you do if this was your baby? And she holds up her baby to Johnny. Oh, that's more detail. What the crap? I saw someone in the back holding a baby. Well, Philip Deform, we now have some clarification on what's going on with the baby. Wow. Taking a quick, and that was it. So we missed something in the courtroom when the cameras went out. So with that, look, this case has brought people out to see this case in a very interesting way. We are trending. Well, hey, look at us. Look at us. She was the line cutter with the baby. I mean, yes, that's what it seems to say. And that's something. That's something else. All right. We're not back in court yet. We're going to answer some more of your questions. Then I was juror number 2 because that's exactly me 15 minutes into his testimony. And you guys, I'm not going to speculate on whether the woman was there with the baby all night. I have no idea. I'm sure there's video. I know that Joe Neerman did video from line last night, and so did DUI guy, but I'm not going to speculate about it because I just wasn't there. Don't know. We saw what we saw. Somebody was escorted out of court. That's a moment. Emily watched your TED Talk this weekend and cried. Oh, thank you. Then enrolled in paralegal school to follow my dream of law. Hip kitty cat. Love you, lady. You're an inspiration, everyone, when trial ends today. Oh, thank you so much. I'm very proud of the TED Talk. So she was there all night. All right, there we go. Let's answer some more questions. I'm sorry, Doc Brown looks like he'd wear my skin. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's the opposite of what I'm talking about. He's an expert doing the expert things. All right, one more plug.
Are we ready for the jury?
471. You guys were road to 480 today.
Sure.
We are road to 480. Don't approach. Depp, we've approached. Didn't I just say don't? That's the opposite of what Emily said. Are we not listening to Emily in court today? No, of course we're not listening to Emily in court today. Emily's on the internet talking about this trial. Let's see. Yes, Depp's finger was curled. That's what he showed. Question, how bad is this for Amber? Because it seems like Amber's told so many lies that her own witnesses can't keep up. Also, why does Camille make me want to go to law school, even though I hate public speaking? Camille makes me want to be Camille when I grow up. There's a Kentucky DUI guy. Camille's amazing. I like her style of cross. Is it because we went to the same law school? No, I didn't know that until into the trial. Does it make me immensely proud? Yes, I'm going to brag on that forever because go Camille. I like her style of cross. And we're seeing some things that are familiar with her style of cross. That wasn't my question. My question's more specific. She keeps them on task and she does it without going, but Your Honor, that's not that. And so she has a commanding presence without it being a huffy and puffy, which is what we've seen from Rottenborn and from this whole team. Elaine does it too. Like, it's just, there's only been a few moments where we've seen that from Depp's team. I think we've seen very good lawyering and very good teamwork on Depp's team. Whitney Hurd seems to be moving down the bench here today, which is interesting to me. If JD's finger is unlikely cut off by glass because there was no glass anywhere, what about the cuts on Amber Heard's feet all sliced up? Tanya, this is a fantastic question. What about the glass that was literally fucking everywhere? Because we heard that glass was literally fucking everywhere. You guys ask the real questions. How can Amber Heard claim Waldman's statement ruined her reputation when her op-ed already alleged her career was ruined for speaking out about DV? Frida, again, an excellent question. I hope it comes up in closing. You
Your
said
Honor.
that
Dr.
this
Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking
speaking
about
up was what
the relation
ruined your
between domestic abuse,
reputation.
heavy alcohol abuse, and
Let me turn this up.
cognitive disorders.
It's a great
Does the
question, Frida.
literature
Thank you.
support, your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything.
What literature?
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video
got him a Gatorade.
depositions. Is that correct? The ones
Yes.
from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you
Thank
reach
you,
any
So Short.
conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition.
So
And so
he
you could
didn't
see
answer
there that
directly?
there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in
Oh,
their
dear.
mid-50s. And it probably due to the alcohol and substances.
probably.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that
I
significantly
mean, you're aware
worse
he's been diagnosed with
is
ADHD,
substances. There's
though,
no
right?
question
Like
about that.
nobody's asked about that, but I
And
feel like at
you
this
may
point
have
that's relevant.
Subsumed this in, but what, if
And the only
anything,
reason-
did you observe relating to erratic
say that
behavior
'cause
based on the
I-
record
Yeah, I
evidence?
mean,
have
I
ADHD.
think again, when you talk about erratic behavior,
Uh-huh.
the
Yes, everything this guy
I-
says has to be speculative.
Dr. Kipper's
because
deposition, I believe
He
it
didn't
was,
evaluate Johnny Depp.
where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider.
I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the
Yeah.
right to go to wherever you want to go to.
That's what I
But
thought when I saw the
the-
Gatorade. They're going to
the
waste another 2 hours of
texting
their time.
That were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used.
He's gotten comfortable
phrases used.
turned in front of the jury. We're going to be here forever.
Am I free to
Can I just keep
use
rambling?
some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Don't ask
Go
the
ahead.
judge.
I can?
The jury, believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right. I
You
wanna make
can't
sure.
ask the
Yeah, I
judge.
wanna make sure.
Oh,
Okay.
the
So
foul
it's something
language.
along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought
We had a
to.
Objection,
witness.
hearsay.
We had a witness
He's
say that.
entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
He is.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
I don't think the court's right on that one.
Without giving the exact
I like
words
Shanley
that you
Painter's dress.
recall.
without giving the
Go ahead,
exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy.
Yeah, he's comfortable. He just wants to chat with this
It
jury.
was, like I say, it was without relaying it, the exact thing.
I get it.
trying
I'm
to
ready
be
to.
as
I'm ready to tuck in
accurate as
for
I
a
can.
chat too.
And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts or therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general. He's entitled to rely on.
It's not general.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric
Where'd the cup? There was a
jargon
cup
to
for the
put
jelly
on
beans
him.
the other
And-
day.
And actually, what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution.
Yeah, I hope
in
they
a more
ask on cross
appropriate
about the
manner,
ADHD
learning
diagnosis.
to
They
express
have
things
to.
more rationally,
They have
rather
to.
than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And
Yeah, I hope they address it on
and
cross.
for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Yes, it's now become narrative.
Next question.
I love that Elaine's like,
Okay.
I don't agree. We know you
Mr.
don't
Depp
agree,
is
Elaine.
58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59. Okay, I will tell you that
Okay.
age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss. Meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Nothing should be
Dr.
attributed to age.
Spiegel,
I
what
think
is
that was a very long
Seroquel?
way of saying that.
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical
Not yet.
antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what
said he's
effects may
59.
it have? And this is
did.
one of the drugs that Mr.
He
Depp
did.
was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tonic dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So
He said
people
a lot
have
of
used it
words.
off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to
man.
help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has
Can you
street
explain
value.
what a barbiturate is to the jury?
So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
Street value.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect
I use
would
pink
this have on
frosting
Mr. Depp based
for
on the
lip gloss.
dosages he was taking?
And I'm loving this one
So,
called Passion. It's a
I think what you're
collab
looking at
for the lip
is
gloss. I
a-
like.
Objection, speculation.
It's all speculation.
Please continue.
It's all speculation.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be
Are they going to go
actually
through both
legal
parties?
prescribed substances.
List of
That's
substances?
not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin
This
is
is
actually
nerve
an
pain, isn't it?
anti-seizure medicine,
I thought it was nerve
which
pain.
it's,
for
I
gabapentin.
think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately,
Could it be
it
used
also
when people
can
are
cause respiratory
detoxing?
suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming
I think he said
effect
unlucky
that
enough to
people
succumb,
use it for.
but it sounded like he
And
said
what
lucky
effect
enough
would
to
this
succumb, which is
have
odd.
on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Sir.
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates.
He keeps
The
saying
advantage
street
is
value,
you use
which
it
is
with
weird.
opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin
Street value might be our
and
buzzword of the
opiates
day.
together, unless
like I should
under
put it up in the corner,
significant
Like watch what happens
strict
live.
following, because it can cause serious problems. Such
He
as death,
had a
respiratory
he had a
suppression.
doctor
And
for
Mr. Depp is
$100,000 a
also
month.
taking
No one's under
Adderall,
stricter
correct?
care.
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what
Oh,
that
good. Let's talk
impact
about
would have on
Adderall and
particularly
why
in
you take
connection
it.
with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay,
Using
you're
or
now
misusing.
doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going,
But
getting
what?
high, getting energetic.
You're using
And then
Adderall to
the
get
only way
high?
to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of cut downers during the day and down
But if you're
anything
ADHD
that's calming.
Okay.
So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has.
That's what's
And
going on?
It can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
Sir,
And
you would agree that
what, if any
Mr.
effect
Depp is
would
not
these
dead.
drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy,
So it can
rapid mood
increase the
changes,
traits. Okay.
poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning
Traits are risk
violence to a certain
factors.
degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay. You start becoming
This testimony is
suspicious,
making me irritable and agitated.
jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic. And these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27 fold. So you
Yep,
are
he hasn't talked about it once.
quote unquote colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning?
Yes, what
whether
conclusions
he
did you draw
met
from the
these-
records?
This criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially
If he was operating under the influence, wouldn't there be a
disagreements and
criminal record?
arguments with
He was
your
regularly
spouse or
doing that?
family. Obviously, there was tolerance
One would
and
guess.
dependent for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead.
Sir, you'd agree that Mr.
Unsuccessful
Depp is not
efforts,
dead.
difficulty cutting back,
Said it
using
twice.
more than intended,
Said it twice.
giving up social occupational obligations because this, I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson.
Bingo!
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
What the fuck was the
Actually, that's Asking
question?
for the record evidence
I'll
for this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting this?
Yeah,
So,
Kesha stuck in my head too, y'all.
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well beyond the
relevance.
scope.
This is highly relevant. Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
That's the one.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Sure is.
Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV.
Every time she says, tell me more. I
Yeah,
just
so
hear
again,
Chris.
that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're
This
thinking
is a
and we're not
disjointed direct at this
disinhibited,
point.
not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Hitting
Did you
people's
arrive
wrong?
at
Would
any
you agree that hitting
conclusions
people's wrong
concerning
then?
Substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger.
Oh, that's purely
So-
speculative.
I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves,
can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol.
I think they're trying to say
or
it's a higher
cocaine
risk.
Or the rest. The answer is
Objection
yeah.
beyond the scope of the question.
Exactly. Thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
Stop arguing,
overruled.
Elaine.
So
Let the
that
judge do
is
their
not
job.
a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but
You've seen people
you've seen people
that
do a
struggle
lot
with
worse than
addiction do
that.
worse to themselves.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to turn
I
now
don't doubt that that's
specifically
true,
to intimate
but
partner
okay.
violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
She's repeating previous
So,
testimony from
the
him.
APA
This is
task force
just
on violence in the family
okay.
defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate
This
partner
seems like an
violence
interesting
as
use of time when they
recurrent
spent a half a
abusive
day with
behavior
Dr. Hughes. More than half a day
by
with Dr.
means
Hughes.
of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone,
Control
but with the
being
same end goal
the
to
big
achieve
factor here.
control. It can be destroying property.
Control's the
It
big
could be
factor here.
financial, which is part of that.
I just wonder how that
verbal
will
abuse,
how that will
verbal
slice for the
outbursts,
jury.
I'm sorry. Threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it
Well,
verbal,
and some of
nonverbal.
Depp's doctor's
which
accounts as well.
Exactly, emotional versus verbal. But they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
I would imagine that's an affirmative because trauma.
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Hello,
Oh,
Sister
yes.
Nikki in the UK.
Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start
the
out
jury
by
can
saying,
start
we
out by
don't
saying whatever you like.
expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect
He
our
needed to
victims
address
be
that.
unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wife syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability.
Jay.
And again, you are a
Hey.
victim here. You are a victim.
Doc did not
Do
say
perpetrators
not
typically
sponsored.
seek
So
treatment
yes,
or counseling?
it's good to see you in the chat. You made
No.
me all nervous.
Perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going
What?
to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck
Wait,
someone,
what?
which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, just hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice
Depp
to
in
try
counseling?
to repair what's happening. Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators,
He's emphasizing victims very heavily.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of
his
physical
verbal
violence by
cadence.
Mr. Depp?
so
Objection, Your Honor.
Which I
No foundation.
Do you want to approach them?
Yeah, let's approach on it. So his last objection was no foundation to whether you saw Depp perpetrate violence, because again, he doesn't have any firsthand account. He's going off of other accounts. I am very, very interested in seeing how this goes. The way he's turned to the jury, he's just like set up camp, turned to the jury to talk. Doc, it's been interesting. Yeah, Amber Heard has testified that she does not call herself a victim, that she will not call herself a victim. Her team is going to continue to say that in this, She is the victim. I'm going to get to a couple questions. And again, when we're talking about IPV, I'm hoping that he's explaining it clearly in a way that so many people are watching this trial that maybe it will bring some awareness to what can happen in relationships, to what IPV looks like, and it might help someone recognize that in their own life going, this is not okay for me. That is my optimism with this witness. He's explained it better stop staring down the jury, dude. He's explained it better, I think, than Dr. Hughes. He's been easier for me to listen to than Dr. Hughes. He's not reading from his notes, but he also has only done a review of the records. And he, I thought, was going to be talking just about cognition and drug use. And he's gone very far afield of that. The fact that they've brought 2 experts in, I think shows that they are not confident that the jury is on their side. That's my biggest takeaway now. I hope that his explanation of IPV, because he's done it in a much more neutral way, will maybe help educate the general public because of the broad interest in this case about the kind of silent suffering that IPV is and how common it is. That is my hope. Whether the jury will take that and apply it to Heard's behavior or to Depp's behavior, we will see. And I think the judge is like, Elaine, what you can't do is have him draw a conclusion about whether someone committed an act. It would be so fucking speculative and outside of the realms of expertise. It's not okay, Elaine. Patricia, Emily, you are the best. If you ever come to the UK, would love to have you for tea. Patricia, I would love that the most. I will try to be back in the UK. I was going to be there in November. The conference I was going to got canceled. I will be in the UK at some point. Retired war surgeon here. Crystal, thank you, not just for your service, but for sharing this with us. Getting caught up on ortho testimony. This expert cannot attest to mechanism and seriously must lack trauma experience because all he does is vessel surgery under the microscope, then leaves. I mean, thank you for your perspective and your expertise and for your service. Question the shades of lip gloss. I said earlier, I love Gerard Cosmetics. That's what I use. I have a link down in the bio, which is, yes, a sponsor link because I love it. But this one is Passion. And then the other one I wear is Pink Frosting. Those are the 2 that I like the most, and that I wear the most. Do you think the reason why they had the sidebar this morning was about him as a new expert witness I think it was about expanding his role, feeling they needed one since Amber threw Dr. Hughes under the bus. This is not a good use of time. It's not TMJ, it's TMD. Yes, he was talking about TMD. Causes extreme pain in the face and jaw and is incurable. There are some treatments, but when Dr. B popped in, I was asking him about TMD. And again, treatments to treat symptoms, not always the cause. And he talked about so my husband is a retired maxillofacial prosthodontist, and he did a lot of work with craniofacial pain, but he was talking about now one of the standards of practice with TMD is to refer out for psychiatry for help and for support with the chronic pain, but that can be caused by trauma, that can be caused by stress and other things. Isn't a crush injury consistent with his finger being crushed between a bottle and the freaking bar? Yes. And he couldn't testify to mechanism. My entire life is delayed processing speed, and I'm a teetotaler who just happens to be pushing 50. We get old, we get slow. It's not groundbreaking testimony. I think what, again, we're seeing is that Depp did drugs, and they've gotten out ahead of that so much. I don't know if it helps. Should we check in on where we are on the road to, while they're doing this? Just let's shamelessly plug. I mean, there's 145,000 of you here. Let's just check where we are on the road to like 480. Thank you so much for the kind super chat. Law-honored goddess, I'll take it. Camille is our goddess, attorney at law, goddess of thunder, attorney at law. Is he speaking about Heard or Depp? Because if I were a juror, I'd be thinking, sounds like you're talking about Amber Heard based on what we've seen and heard. That's always the risk with testimony like this. Spiegel is violating the Goldwater rule. I've never heard of the Goldwater rule. It's unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he has conducted an exam and has been granted proper authority for such a statement. He's an expert witness reviewing the records. I don't know what bounds of psychiatric ethics there are for that, but he is doing a review of the records. I haven't heard him make an affirmative conclusion, but I could be wrong because we've been covering a lot of this.
What have you reviewed?
I'm not a fan of Denison's cross style either.
With the risk factors for IPV.
She lost that objection. Depp, she won that objection. correlation.
So risk factor I reviewed that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was.
That
put
means
out
that sidebar
there. What
cost
I have
Elaine
reviewed
time.
has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep, outside the scope.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was,
What were the risk
did
factors?
you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did
Oh,
you
okay,
review
So what-
depositions, photos?
She's trying to
Yes.
fix it, which is
So
fair.
what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012 or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviews is the question.
All right, let's see.
so I
if
reviewed so
Oh, Hazel, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Heard's-
Trigeminal is so hard.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's
Okay.
answering, go ahead
Apology.
and answer what you
Well,
reviewed. Please
sympathies.
continue with what you reviewed.
Trigeminal is hard.
therapist's notes, counselor's notes,
Yep, journey it
text
is.
messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse,
talk
and
about my
psychological
ADHD
aggression.
To help
Can you
others
please
understand their
describe for the
ADHD,
jury
because I learned
what
from you.
psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone.
They've heard that audio,
with
though. They've heard
the
so
main
much
purpose
audio.
of, again, to
They've heard
maintain
so much
control.
audio.
So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone,
And the jury will get to decide which way this cuts.
jealousy rants,
That's interesting.
property destruction. So all that is involved. A nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances,
Chat reminds
things like
me,
that.
Do we
All
have
that
evidence?
is involved in psychological maltreatment.
Do we have evidence of Johnny Depp destroying
What, if
Heard's
any,
property other than the painting?
What, if anything, would
Or was it
be
all his own
psychological
property
aggression if it was
and
trying to
wine?
control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Action leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone career. That would be under
Technically, it's leading, but he's an
financial-
expert.
the trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment.
Oh, the
That's
clothes
another
racks.
example.
Good. Thank you. Also, the clothes
So I'm
racks.
going to
the
ask
closet. Yep,
specifically
thank you.
about the risk
And the phone.
factors for
Thanks,
intimate
everybody.
partner
I'd forgotten the
violence.
clothing racks.
Is substance abuse a
Yep.
risk factor for
Yep,
intimate partner
The
violence?
closet. Thank you.
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record
Thank you.
evidence of, I'll
Well-
just start with Dr. Kipper.
Ben King said the clothes
and
weren't destroyed in
the
Australia.
substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay.
So
Is
Chad,
lack
this is
of
why I asked you, 'cause I
behavioral
forgot.
control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what,
This
if
is-
any,
This is
record evidence were
cumulative
you
and
aware of that
restating.
Mr.
She's wasting
Depp
time here.
had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening,
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk
Oh,
factors at this
overruled.
point. Thank you, Your Honor.
threatening,
And again, it'll be interesting to see Cross on this.
Destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
Huh.
So
Who's been
a
diagnosed with
patient, before we get
narcissism?
into
Because I haven't
narcissistic
seen it.
personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
No, that wasn't the question, Elaine.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to
Objection,
the risk factors of intimate
relevance.
partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control,
Who's the narcissism
Okay.
patient?
rapid mood shifts. Okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power. They worship control.
This might not go well.
They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them.
Oh,
A large sense of entitlement.
oh.
Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality.
Need for praise, like need for approval?
What, if any,
And
require-
IPV.
What, if any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
He went all the way down to like
Admiration
and
need to be
IPV.
admirers, part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
Are they trying?
And,
Who are they trying to
What,
implicate
if
as
any, record
narcissistic?
evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Are they trying to diagnose him narcissistic
Well, I do think
without
that
ever evaluating
the
him?
fact that
Yikes!
he thought that Amber owed him, Miss Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Improper
Thank you. Go
expert
ahead.
testimony.
The fact that Miss Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that.
Are they examples? Are they consistent? Or are
I
you
do
trying
think,
to call
you know,
Depp a narcissist? What's happening?
I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing.
And Chad, we don't
And
diagnose.
I can
We ask
probably
questions.
say with a reasonable certainty that
Reasonable
to
certainty.
some degree this whole trial is that. because
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, I wanted to hear what he had to say.
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial in terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I
he's,
sustain that objection.
can you explain what you mean by this
This
whole
is-
trial?
This is kind of fucking
Do you
This
wanna clear your
proceeding, we're
throat?
going, this court case we're going through.
There's an objection, sir.
sir. Wow. That's he called the whole trial a narcissistic insult. That's bold. Cross better be good. And Denison's crosses have not been my favorite. Cross needs to be very good on this. But calling this trial, this entire trial, a narcissistic insult is absolutely bananas to me. He has not treated.
What other conduct is in the record evidence
judge,
that
I think, told her to
correlates,
move on.
with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
He's
Was
trying
the
to
thing about the
diagnose.
trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your
you're
Honor.
you're not allowed to say
Not
that.
say that. Okay. The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of the trial, would be in order to maintain
He's not talking about the
any
trial.
sense of control.
Oh fuck! He just
A-
did
a
exactly what she said
narcissistic
he's not
person
supposed to.
Really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what
Did
happens.
he
to
hear
that
the
other
laughing
person.
audio?
So I think that's
Because yikes.
another facet.
Because yeah,
So
sir.
are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
I want to know how much time they've used.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during
I didn't hit you, I
especially during
slapped
the
you. I don't know how
calm
this is going to
phases of
go.
the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles
So the
later
cycle.
in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim.
So contrition
that,
is what
hey,
he's trying to explain
this
or
either
explaining.
denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a
Society
sudden
accepts this.
for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law.
Is he
The
going to talk about
variability to do
isolating?
that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim
I hope they
blaming
play.
a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
What you made me do.
And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So
They're
I
going to just
think
have to
for
switch.
a lot of the issues seen, the
Didn't
big
Amber Heard say she was
precipitant
mad that Johnny Depp
was going to
forcing her to
be
do this.
the need for sobriety.
It's just interesting.
Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor,
substance
non-responsive.
Yeah, it's not responsive
I
at
think
all.
he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
there's severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happening. So
I'm
as a
surprised
result,
this is happening.
she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
We've gotten to
what, if any,
gaslighting.
gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk
Can you
factor?
define gaslighting
So again, when you
for
start
the
being
internet,
able to be, when a
for YouTube?
person starts to be able
And
to
for the
be
jury.
manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging.
If we get to
very
narcissistic
personable.
abuse,
And
this is going to
then
feel like a YouTube
all of a
apology
sudden
video
it
in a
starts
minute.
looking like the victim is just I was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there
He didn't define
examples
gaslighting
where
more.
an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
They've just wiped over all of Dr.
Yeah, oh,
Hughes'
yes.
testimony.
Oh,
They've
yes.
just
How common is that?
wiped
That's
over
very
all
common.
of it.
Again, that's part of that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle.
very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio
was
tapes
shifting-
in this case,
Ooh.
correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Tell me
Well, I think
what
that
audio
was
you
what
listened
was
to.
said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let him say
I
that.
don't understand the objection.
Yeah, I don't either, Dennison.
What
Shush.
record evidence?
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, let him say what he's saying.
So that
He should
claiming
identify
that,
which audio, though.
Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario.
Use
And
this for cross.
What I will reiterate again is that, one, victims aren't perfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start
They
initiating
should ask
self-defense.
which audio he listened
But
to, which he tried to.
By and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
was
There's an
consistent.
objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh, the
Okay.
judge was like, there's
All
an
right,
objection,
we
sir.
can move on to the next one.
You
Is
should
prior
strike that.
victimhood of abuse a risk factor
Prior
for intimate
victimhood.
partner violence?
Yes.
And what,
So
go ahead.
there is something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would.
It's interesting
So,
because both of these
That theory
individuals
is interestingly,
testified to abusive
it applies
pasts.
to not only the victims,
more so.
not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that
both of them talked
are
about
not
abusive.
abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
Both of them talked about growing up
What
in
are the
abusive
warning
houses.
signs of intimate partner violence?
This is
So
repetitive. She is
warning
wasting a
signs
bunch
would
of
be
time.
increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the
Do
communication.
they then try to leave?
Starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension.
This is expert
And that
testimony.
leads you to the actual acts. So these acts
I think this judge has been fair.
progressively build, and then they occur.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon
This
phase.
is, she's,
And
over and
you know,
over.
the victim wants to believe it's going to
I'm
work.
shocked.
They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this.
I'm shocked they're wasting
And
so much
as
time being
part of the
repetitive
abuse
like
cycle, it ends up as I should say in the calming cycle. Like I said, the victim tries to
this. So I
get
see you guys talk
some
about
help to try
in the
to
chat
resolve
talking
this
about speculation. He's an
until
expert. Experts are allowed to
the tension
speculate.
buildup phase where
That's
something
why
bothers them. So again, it could be
They're admitted as experts.
bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It can be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shift.
This cross
So
better
what,
be
if
good.
any, record evidence did you review that reflected?
Yeah, they're washing their
Mr.
hands
Depp
accused entirely. I'm
engaging
shocked
in
by
these
this.
warning
I really am
signs,
very surprised this
including
is the strategy
apologies and the
today.
promises?
I think that was almost routine.
I'm very
That
surprised.
after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster
We're not
out,
there yet.
letting this anger out, almost routinely.
I'm very surprised by this testimony.
And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in
He'll
the
should be on
marriage,
cross for everything.
in
She
in one
can't
of
do
the
this whole trial
therapy
herself.
from Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again,
Long-winded witness is not
when you
good when
can
you're low on
recognize
the
that when
clock.
you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better.
They should be able to turn it around on
then
cross, but that
even
takes
that
skill.
should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here.
Well,
that
that's his
when I
job
don't
as an expert
use
to tailor it to
can
Depp.
be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule,
Oh,
please?
chat, you are so wise.
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency.
They're
and
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
out ahead
be honest with you,
of
I
the
think it was
cross
in the
on
late
this.
60s when he was, early 70s, because
They're trying to
I
get ahead
was
of the cross on this.
too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is
Yeah, time wasting works in Depp's favor the
clinicians,
rest of this trial.
psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And
Sir.
therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Sir,
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Or why not?
No foundation.
Elaine said, "Why not?" to him.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
rule
want to
was.
approach.
Objection. And Elaine goes, "Why not?" I'm like, I was shocked that she was saying, "Why not?" Look, I was shocked that she was saying, "Why not?" To Denison. So they're approaching, there are 150,000 of you here in the chat. Thank you. The lights are flashing because we just banged. I don't know what number we're at. We're on the road to 480 today, but who knows? With 150,000 of you here, maybe that road will expand to 500K. They're trying to get ahead of what this chat said an hour ago, is that whether making, as he said, his words, not mine, making an armchair diagnosis is appropriate or not appropriate. And she's trying to get into, why is it not a violation of the ethical rule here? She's going to have to be very careful. This judge has been very fair in her rulings, but she has narrowed some of this type of testimony the entire time. This is going to be a long cross-examination, which will be very interesting. And I'm going to just take a look at where we're at real quick on, I don't know where we're at. So I know we banged, but I'm not sure where. And so that's what I'm going to look at. I'm also seeing that you guys in the chat are talking about reports that Kate Moss will be testifying as a witness. Why does this matter? Kate Moss testifying as a witness came up about the staircase incident. I think Kate Moss will come in to say that she was never pushed down the stairs, never threatened to be pushed down the stairs.
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question?
This cross could be bad.
Does the
if it's done
Goldwater
well.
rule have any applicability
So-
here to your testimony and your conclusions and
So she
opinions?
won that objection
No,
and
it
is
does
allowed to
not.
continue to ask.
And
for it.
why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I look, then expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I
So you
think
watch a
that's
YouTube video
more
and call
recent
somebody a
examples of
narcissistic
that.
abuser
So
like
you don't
that?
make diagnoses
Maybe like that.
This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the
records.
beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course.
Have any of them called
video
Depp
deposition, picture
narcissistic?
deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior.
Reviewed a whole lot.
I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give
And
an
again,
example.
Objection leading.
It is.
Overruled.
It's
so-
foundational.
To be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation on Mr. Depp directly.
He was like
And
negative
both
Ghost
times,
Rider. The pattern is
Mr.
full.
Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And,
So-
and in fact, the
Why
court
wouldn't
did not
they?
require Mr. Depp to.
No, the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Interesting.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have
Interesting.
offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
She's almost done.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
This better be good, Dennison. If it's not good, we're going to say that it's not good. I don't know what else
Sir,
we'll do.
I'm
We'll say
Wayne
it's not good.
Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with.
Let's open
You
with the close.
understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical
Oh,
exam
dear.
of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told
Yep.
the court you didn't want to have them and the court ruled on it, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers
Oh, boy.
moved for them and asked for them and did not.
We talked
get
about this
them.
this morning. at the
Isn't that
top.
right, sir?
Oh, boy.
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding
I
of
don't
was
know.
that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my
Same
understanding
thing.
was.
The
Same.
Court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There
I've
was,
heard.
All right.
This is already in evidence, Elaine. Everybody knows that Heard was ordered to sit with Dr. Curry. That's already in evidence. Why waste your time on this objection? Dr. Curry said it. It's already in evidence. Well, at least that was fast.
All
He
right.
barely had
So
time to walk up and back down. Oh, he
the
moved
last thing
on.
you talked about
He's moving on. Interesting.
was the Goldwater rule.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
I don't know. When was Barry
Yeah,
Goldwater
I'm
in
59. That sounds
office?
about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So. and
Wait, you're not a
this is
member,
an
but you're a
ethical
fellow?
rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
It's more of a guideline.
You know that over time,
Like the code.
The
It's more of a
American
guideline.
Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses,
More of a guideline.
but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Huh.
Let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion
Oh,
about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
this guy's going to be asking for a parlay in a minute.
However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness
Without-
testimony,
without
without
an evaluation.
direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
We haven't
The
had
rule, in
an
fact,
expert site
Contemplates that issue, doesn't it,
without
sir?
a clinical evaluation.
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to
Heard-
the question. When you're reading me those
Third
statements,
had a clinical eval.
I'm telling you the response by the other side, who
Oh,
publishes
boy.
also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Chad, I see you saying parlay,
Psychiatrists
parsnip,
are ethically
parsley. I
prohibited
see
from
you.
evaluating individuals without without permission or other authorization such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would
Chat-
come back to, again,
Chat got to
then
this like an hour and a
this
half
whole
ago
thing on
because
expert-
y'all
we might
so
as well
smart.
Get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court
No,
proceedings.
no, 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 no,
Because
no,
what
no, no,
you're
no,
saying
A
is
lot of
unless
them
a
did
court
evals.
orders it,
No.
and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole
Nope.
legal system
Nope.
we have
Nope.
is null and
Nope.
void.
That's reframing the question.
saying
That's
yes,
not
you
what he
are,
said.
sir.
No, he
Yes,
is.
you are.
Oh,
Give me a second and I'll
Okay.
give you
he
more
asked
than
a question. That's not what he said.
what I'm
Oh my
saying and
God.
what I am reading to you is a rule
This is going to get good.
by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation
That's
that
what
you
the
say
court
I'm
orders are for.
eliminating.
Best cross from Denison so
And
far.
I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry
No, 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 no.
would be especially hindered. And we know
No,
the branch
no.
of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that.
Forensics.
I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with. Because
Wow.
clearly, that's not the case.
Did you agree in your
Forensics
deposition
do
that
evaluations.
the professional opinions
And they're not
you rendered
psychiatrists.
were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
My first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for.
Figure.
It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field.
Without
That's exactly what
an evaluation.
The Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical
I bet you the jury just woke up
requirements
too
of the APA
for whether he's ethical or
when
not. That's what the jury woke
when
up for.
rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness who's everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you,
No,
that means the
Everybody
whole
else does it,
field
so can I?
of
No,
medical legal law
no,
is
no, no, no.
corrupt and unethical for engaging
Um,
in an act that the APA clearly says we
Everyone
should
else
not
gets to
do.
play
So
Call
if
of
you're
Duty.
saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness,
I'm saying that you're
Solely
saying
as
that
an
I'm
expert
saying
witness.
that what you're saying is that this
that
is unethical.
guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
You're the
And
only
you said the rule
psychiatrist
was
that's
for
done it.
presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
president, yes.
But, and the name of the rule came from that. But the
You're
rule
the only
says it is
psychiatrist.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this
Oh,
morning. I
that's
believe,
not what
about
he
my
said.
intimate partner violence.
Oh, he's still mad
What
at
I would
Denison.
say to you then, sir, is that if you say this
Sir?
about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony
Cross is
invalid.
lit.
Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see their
Psychiatrists.
patients directly, and that's a violation. So
Psychiatrists.
basically, you are saying
that
Not
unless you
all
do the right
docs.
clinical evaluation,
Dummy.
then
Oh my
all
God.
of the field of forensic psychiatry
No.
and all of managed care is doing an unethical
No,
violation
no.
because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time
Sir.
without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical.
Yes.
And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert
No,
law,
to you.
but also managed care. It applicable to multiple
Managed
branches.
care is not testifying.
Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sir.
why don't we talk about
The propriety of your
what
testimony.
you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
No,
yes
you.
or
That's for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
No, you as a psychiatrist, not the ortho, not the forensic psychologist.
Diagnosis occurs
You.
in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination,
Fire.
and where applicable, collated
There's James from court.
or
James.
collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier.
Joe,
Yes.
UI guy.
And it's a departure from the method.
I
from
didn't
the
want them to
methods of
stop.
the
I wanted them to keep
profession
going.
to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase,
Yes,
psychiatry
please.
is not a diagnosis.
Fucking
of
love that.
Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
You
I
were
think,
diagnosing
started
somebody
with the notion that
narcissistic.
this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe
And
you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative,
Let him finish the
relative
question.
to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Let's
you
read
didn't
it-
say that.
let's
but
read it
I'm
back.
Sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of
Narcissistic
expert
personality
witness
traits aren't a
testimony,
diagnosis. You
saying
said it was
I
a
acted
cluster
unethically
B.
on the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I
You're
think
sitting there
it's fairly
disagreeing
obvious.
now.
But thank you. Go ahead.
You're literally doing
These were
that
your
now.
words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
Yo. He's enjoying this way too much. Take a breath,
Let's start
Dennison.
with the easy question then.
Take a breath, Dennison.
Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
Doc, you're
sorry
going to need
about
to
that.
chill the fuck out.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
The judge is now yelling at Dr. Spiegel.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Why'd you call him narcissistic? Yeah, take a minute, Dr. Spiegel. Just think about the question real carefully.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
You just said
But
it was
that wasn't an
a
issue,
diagnosis.
was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances.
I didn't think this was going to be this spicy.
I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's
I'm shocked.
said it from day one.
oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again,
There's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back.
Dennison
to,
pissed this doctor off
what you
earlier, and
just
it is
said about
paying off now.
Narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
You said it was cluster
Narcissistic
B.
personality disorder
Is it
is
cluster
a
B?
DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder.
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
A
Well, when
provisional
you say
diagnosis?
provisional diagnosis, you know
Oh,
the
shit.
DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
I'm probably
And
thinking
you
it.
haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
They're just going to shred his credibility and then leave
That
him.
are criteria
twisting.
for the diagnosis.
Right.
They're just
But you need
shredding his
5 of 9 to
credibility.
get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just
Go back to the doctor. The
identifying
doctor's getting
traits,
spicy. Depp's
correct?
pissed. The doctor's spicy.
I'm
Go back to the
identifying
doctor.
traits that are consistent
Thank
with the
you.
diagnosis. Yes.
Thank you, Court TV.
And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
Or how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic.
How far are we going to
personality
backpedal?
disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is tied, has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IP. Again, you're not allowing me to answer. You're
It's
splitting hairs. You're
cross-examination.
splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on.
Have you met
is
lawyers?
behaviors and traits that are consistent with the
Precise job.
diagnosis. And Mr. Depp,
You're splitting
narcissism
hairs.
absolutely
This is a mess.
has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can
Donated
focus
and
on
pledged.
the question I asked you,
Same thing.
and we can get an answer that's
Donated
addressed
and
to that
pledged.
question.
Same things. It's just all splitting hairs. Y'all are splitting hairs.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that
This
the
is
mere
Dennison's
presence
best
of
cross.
narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's
please.
incorrect.
You didn't testify that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of,
So is
is a
BPD.
huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder,
Borderline
antisocial
personality
personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the
Well, let's
question
list the
is
others.
every resource
List
on
the other
intimate
cluster
partner
Bs.
violence will support,
List the other cluster
support
Bs. What about
cluster B
BPD and
traits
HPD?
where narcissistic
Ask and
personality
cross.
falls under
Ask
is
it.
a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait
That's good testimony for Depp.
is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits.
Ask him to
I didn't say
name
any
them.
trait. I said cluster.
Ask him.
No,
Oh, let me be more
Ask
precise
him
then.
to name them.
Any narcissistic trait
Yeah, Dennison showed up this morning.
in and of itself
Had his Wheaties, some
is a
coffee,
risk factor for IPV.
and we're in the multiverse of madness
But
now.
you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits,
He's
where
backpedaling.
narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm
Universally
not sure.
true.
The thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
He's getting admonished by the judge again.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a
Yes, let's do that.
borderline personality disorder
Good follow-up, Dennison.
is a risk factor for
Thank you
IPV.
for being logical.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
Ooh, her
But
team's
it-
going
less
to
so.
use a lot of time on
Less so.
redirect.
I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so.
It's
Significantly
cluster B,
less so.
isn't it?
All right.
Aren't they all
So-
cluster B?
Which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there,
Yeah, don't
there's
move on.
only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
There it is.
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Let
Are you
inform
referring to
him.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Yeah, you can
Do
inform
you
him.
understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Oh shit.
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you,
Yes or no to my
Can you
question?
answer the question?
which was there's only one diagnosis of Ms. Hurt was diagnosed with that.
And both
you
of the
evaluate that?
diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them
I had no
are
idea.
risk factors for
This is-
IPV.
This has gone off the rails.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore, all I can say is
Why not?
that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2,
I don't-
absolutely there were
you-
cluster B
you're-
traits Ms. Hurt had. Absolutely Ms. Hurt had cluster
Given that
B.
you've testified to it before,
Who
let's
told you
move
you
on
weren't
to a new
allowed to?
question.
Who told you you weren't
All right.
allowed to comment on the testing?
You
Who told you that?
indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought,
This chat man.
well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American
Wait,
Medical
Dennison, don't go back. We don't care
Association is
anymore. Keep going down the other
relative
road.
to doing
Cluster
uh,
Bs. You're on cluster Bs. Go back. Go back.
clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with someone you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
don't
great.
read the rubric.
Okay,
Okay,
move
great.
on. You don't know the rule.
Great. No, gallery,
All right.
don't laugh. Let's move on.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes,
Good use of purported.
What do you use as a baseline?
a baseline for processing speed.
Chat,
Yeah,
you all
for-
brought this up.
For analyzing Mr.
Chat,
Depp
you all
before
brought
you
this
watched
up.
his deposition.
When he started, you
What
all
is
got
the
there
baseline
first.
for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was
Wait,
not slow.
you've seen him do commercials?
In
How?
deposition, didn't
What?
you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies
You're making his
against
acting a
deposition
baseline?
testimony
What
here?
I said was I've seen Mr. Depp
His acting
do
can't be the baseline. His acting can't be the
apology
baseline.
ads. I remember he did apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that.
Those
I
are
saw no
edited.
delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me
is
ask you about pirates, though. You compared
Oh,
pirates
shit.
to the to the depositions given in this case.
then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke.
Look
You
at that
didn't make
shoe.
the comparison.
Right now,
Did he
just a
just
second
admit to
ago.
lying in deposition? Look
Just a
at Ben
second
Shoe.
ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes,
Bring up the deposition. Pull up the deposition.
but you can. But as an aside, you can judge
Sir,
someone's
there's no question pending.
processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now. You're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow.
Sir, is acting
So,
real life?
I mean, we're judging processing
Is
speed. I'm
this real
saying.
life? Have we slipped
Yeah.
into another
Um,
timeline?
So, but no, any
Did the jury
of
just
Mr.
laugh?
Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What, right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
What just happened? What is he doing with his mouth?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions.
Sir, you have
No,
to
you'll
answer
be
the
happy to know I didn't
questions.
see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, whatever it was about. No, I did not.
What the fuck is happening?
All right. You made a very kind admission.
Your
I
Honor,
think,
do I have
early
to
on in your
admit?
deposition
Do I have to
that
answer?
You're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
Actors rehearse?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay.
But
you
but-
don't know enough about
but-
acting to know whether
but-
actors rehearse?
But
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an
But-
actor does.
Okay.
but I'm glitching. But you compared his pirates to his baseline in your depo. Bring up the depo. Read the depo. But he admitted it, so it's not really impeachment. But I just want to know because
During
I'm
your
curious.
deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why
Oh, I
did
think.
you-
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. Probably should read the context of it because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. And I'm
He
trying to
just
think back.
asked you the context,
And what I
sir.
thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't. So
Obviously.
I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't running professional.
Oh,
Is it a
shit.
psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that I'm
shit.
not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a
No,
Goldwater.
so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice in my practice? No, I don't describe my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave
You
me
did
9
that.
hours of deposition. And if I said the
The
word
deposition's the
idiot,
problem.
it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot.
Read it again,
I don't know
Dennison.
Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his
Read it
overall
again.
functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's
I'm
probably
so
a good idea
floored.
to think about the
Just
questions that are asked you in a
floored.
court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that
floored.
question?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you
So,
allowed to answer?
What
Ben
I
Shoe's
meant
like,
by
you
function-
better.
What I said by function, I believe that his agent reported
I'm gonna have
how
to clip
late
this
he
later.
was
I need this
showing up
clipped.
to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now. I would not have a job. Okay.
Are you
I
gonna have a
believe
job
that the
after
thing
this?
Was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand
I don't know
how
if
you got
I-
to this notion
I don't
of
think this can be
cognitive
good.
decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in
Closing.
which he testified.
That's for closing.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner,
I think they're-
I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline.
Yes.
The jury's awake
testimony that
now.
you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that
I don't
you
know how you redirect this.
derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way
Somebody
Mr.
get this
Depp
witness some
testified.
muffins.
Yes.
Okay,
I mean, that's what I said. Yes.
right. And so all I'm asking you is,
This is
you,
absolutely
think it's a
fucking
good idea?
ridiculous.
when you're in the middle of a court proceeding, to answer questions carefully.
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman
I'm just saying.
at that processing. That's all I'm saying.
Are you aware that he's been
Right, all I
diagnosed with
said-
ADHD? Ask it at
And
least
you
once.
derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Yep. Yep,
me,
do.
me directly talking to him.
Yep,
Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yep,
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this,
I don't want us to break for lunch. I don't want us
Exam
to
you
break for
gave.
lunch.
well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical
The
records are 12
treating
pages of handwritten notes.
Psychiatrist.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said.
The important part
And
was what
that
I
was
said.
Irrefutable.
The
Irrefutable.
important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Irrefutable.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
talk
cognitive-
about the mini
is a
mental
mess.
status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all
Don't stop for lunch. Don't stop for
psychiatric
lunch. Don't
illnesses,
stop for
not
lunch.
just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right.
Huh.
And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam.
Your
Out of
memory
the
right
30
now.
points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory.
This is
That's the
firing.
only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests.
Hello
memory.
to the
So the memory section
171,000 of
tests
you in the
memory.
chat. Don't
It's
forget
the
to
only
do the
section you testified about.
YouTube things.
And for all you know, that we're, with respect to the exam that you're
This is
relying
Denison's
on,
best cross.
Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive. If you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't know
27
if
out of 30
Mr.
is very
Depp
telling.
had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
It's fair.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of
If they
what you
run out
just
of
said
time,
about
they have to
drugs and
stop.
alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions. But short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one.
Unless they're on coke, you just said, or high, or
but it is-
exhausted.
But wait a minute, you started that
The
question. with
backpedaling
short
is
of
happening
drugs
in
and
real
alcohol,
time.
and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol.
In real time, it's happening in
Isn't
real
that right?
time.
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not.
So, sir, you don't
Sir,
remember what
yeah,
you
I
just said
agree,
2
but I'm
minutes
not sure if
ago?
that's a
Sir,
problem. I
sir,
agree with you on that.
sir, you don't
All right.
remember what you just
So you don't
testified
know-
to 2 minutes ago.
One way or
Sir.
the other,
With respect.
how he scored on the exam.
And peace and love.
You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol.
No, don't sit down, Dennison.
But
Don't
you're
sit
gonna
down. Keep
rely on
going.
it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested.
I'm
but
like
you're
leaning.
relying
I
on
can't
it.
lean anymore. I'm sorry for
Again,
yelling in the mic. I'm
if
leaning
we had to
because
know
I'm
every
fascinated.
test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned,
You don't
stroke. We
ask
have
them?
no idea.
You
So
don't
if you're gonna
ask
say
them?
that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a
You don't
mini-mental
just
study, and
ask
that's
them,
not the
though.
standard of care.
You don't just
I
ask
think
them
you know.
though.
So
Wow.
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation.
Yes, let's talk about correlation.
the
Is that
word, right?
causation, sir?
yes,
Ask him that. Ask him that.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
correlation. No, they're not the same thing.
I like getting
How are
to
they
play
different?
cross for my
Correlation
house.
is consistent with causation, means direct link.
Can you say that again? You're so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is
not.
a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
And not all lung cancers from
Not
smoking.
all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And
That's good
you
testimony.
made repeated testimony
for closing.
and to all of us do this, all of us do that.
Mhm.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does?
Did you make up that
Absolutely
number?
there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
Is any of this medical degree of
0.05%
certainty?
chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
Is any of this to a medical
risk
certainty?
factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it. They're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk.
Who's
Right.
leaving?
right.
Why do you have to go to the bathroom that bad, bro? This
So
is good.
someone
This is
could have every
fascinating.
single risk
Where
factor
are you
for
going?
IPV
I wouldn't walk out on this.
and
This is
never commit
riveting.
IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is
Look
no.
at Camille.
Right.
She's writing her cross in her brain, or her closing in her brain.
IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
His
Someone
voice went
can
up
abuse
real high.
substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, Absolutely. But
No.
again, you are
Answered.
saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder.
They're surprised at how bad this
Because
is.
there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who
Oh, yeah.
have substance
We covered the
abuse
Doofenshmirtz
disorder.
vibes.
There are certainly people
We'll talk about that,
who
Steve,
have
after
substance
lunch or at the
abuse
break.
disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do.
They got
So
you
over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is
No.
yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So
No, but what about
There
IPV
are-
and substance use?
significant numbers of people, you said it was over 50, so you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
Wait a
who
minute,
don't.
isn't
No, now you're
substance-
changing the question.
substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular
We're
individual
talking
as to whether anybody's going to
And
commit
witnesses.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine
Statistics from
more
where?
risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So
Right,
that's
but
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You
yeah.
either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
What? Wait,
You
what?
either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took
Y'all.
an issue with me because I was asking about
He did-
substance abuse generally.
He did take issue with you.
And you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
I wonder if they're trying to finish cross before lunch. I hope not.
There are more
I don't think we're done here.
close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm
Ooh.
not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me, there are links. The answer is
Oh,
absolute. If
Dial
you're saying
down.
to me more, I can show studies. Say yes, show studies. Say that.
Nope,
That
pin 'em
has
down.
not been absolutely
Pin 'em
definitively
down.
correlated. No,
No.
absolutely not.
Pin him down. Ask again. He wandered. I wanted him to pin him down on that again because he's trying to back up from it. And he's not. So they're talking about. I don't know if Dennison just flipping through his notes. is good.
MDMA.
Okay.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And
We're getting into
what's
a
the
new line
normal
of cross.
dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Can you
Again,
even
I couldn't tell
determine
you the
that?
quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being.
at low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance,
Wait,
you
you're
develop
guessing?
the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion. That's
Dennison,
Again,
don't wander. Get back to the
At
mic,
low
my
dose,
dude.
you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people.
Sir, have you heard of a
100%.
cuddle puddle?
But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
right.
So that's not,
So if you
that's
took
not
like
well-being. I
10
don't know if I call that well-being.
Would that be fatal?
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
Sir, would you
What
agree
if you
Johnny
took
Depp
8
is
to 10 tablets
dead?
of MDMA?
Thank you, Dennison.
What if you took eight? Again, you don't
The
know what it's.
same
It's very hard to say.
wavelength.
You don't know what it's. What's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay, you can't just say, "Hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens." That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated.
You
No
can't
one
just
knows
take-
what they're going to. No one apps has any idea whether it's going to cause this
Move on now.
empathic
He gave you the answer you
pathogen
need.
effect
Move on.
at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about.
You
like
can't
that.
just
No
take
one
8 to
knows
10.
what's
That's
going
not
happen.
going to
It's
happen.
not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants,
Yeah, that's not going to happen
Or
and you
if
survive
mix
is
it with
what it
alcohol.
means.
or if mixed with alcohol. No
But-
one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination, 8 to 10 MDMA
This- okay.
tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
This is a
Have
good cross
I ever
because
heard
he's
of
an
it?
expert.
No, I can only give
You
you
can
one
go-
example.
You
Hadn't
can
seen
go
that
harder
one.
on an expert.
I ha-
They're not a party.
So,
That's why it's
Seroquel.
fiery. Now to Seroquel.
That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
No, we don't want to
You
phrase
heard
it. Doc, we're asking
Mr.
you.
Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making
dying,
references
I'm
to
dying.
street value. Why were you
Yes.
doing that?
Yes.
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or slash Seroquel it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like.
Wait.
Right,
People
but you
use it
said
because
that
it sells
Mr.
on the
Depp-
street?
Had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine
Sir.
from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much.
Sir.
Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon.
For
and
them
the
to
thought
sell it?
was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders. When in fact,
Is
we
he trying
absolutely
to
know
say
it
that
has truth.
Depp is selling
Absolutely
his?
know that for a fact.
So Depp is
Right,
selling
but
his
my
prescription
point
meds
about
on the
this is you
street,
made
sir?
a bunch
Sir.
of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr.
Sir.
Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxycodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. It's just because you have a prescription
I
doesn't mean
think
that
Mr.
doesn't,
Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't
Oh
mean
my
you can't
God.
use it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that.
We can have a conversation about the opioid epidemic.
Unfortunately,
It's a huge fucking problem, but
No,
that's not the point of your
So-
testimony, sir.
Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off
Oh,
label.
shit.
When I saw what?
Run out of paper.
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. I can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Coming in hot.
So Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never
he
seen
didn't.
Seroquel do that.
He had
ever.
ice cream on him. What?
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about.
Is he talking
That
about the
one's
ice cream picture?
Also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
Give him the
What's
picture.
it used for? And what's its
This team
indication or
works
what's
so
its
well
use?
together. Look at them.
I mean, its indication is for seizures.
them.
It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly
Ooh,
what it
he's
does.
not going to get off the
but-
hook on this.
But it's chronically used off label for pain. It's used off label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect?
yeah, I want them to. Pull
That's
up the
another.
picture.
That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure.
This
100%.
isn't going to end. That's not
And-
going to end soon
You made reference to a picture.
because they can rip into this witness.
There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
I was told by who? Show him the picture. Show him the picture.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp
told by
indicates that
who?
from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
Does that change
if
your
Mr.
opinion?
Depp was listening to
Chat, you all were
music
on this, by the way. You all
rather
were on
than
this
being fed
2
his
hours ago.
lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read
He
was.
said only new lines.
And that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the
He's
question is, were you having the music
She was like, he'll get them.
during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Who doesn't listen to music to get into character?
Well, you know, if you can
Pump
do
you
two
up.
things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll
Yeah.
put that out there.
Do you
But
find
Mr.
people
In
with
general, not
ADHD
just Mr.
like
Depp, in
having
general.
music
But
in the
Mr. Depp
background?
is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early
They
on,
always have music in the background. Is that
Absolutely.
ADHD thing?
Better than me, so I know that.
because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about that.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again,
So
I
why
know
are they asking
nothing
the
about
ADHD?
acting.
Depp is not paying this
Irrespective of
expert
the fact you know
anything.
nothing about acting.
Heard
you've
is paying this
testified that
expert.
Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So
Yes.
if I was giving a lecture and
All
I was
the
fed my
ADHD friends are
lines,
like,
I would
yes,
think
yes,
there's a cognitive
yes. Thanks,
deficit.
guys.
So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you
Based
don't know
on what I was
lines.
told.
But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and
Based
that
on what I
would
was
never
told.
happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
Correct. Just say yes and move
I'm sorry,
on.
what was the question?
Yeah, just
I said,
How's
if
your
you
cognition,
gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right. I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
in a lecture, you don't have to say the exact shit you're supposed to say, though.
Your use,
You get
your
to talk
testimony about the use of
contemporaneously.
an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that
I don't believe
actors are
you.
routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
And neither was Mr.
Yeah.
Depp.
And
But-
there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe.
We haven't gotten
That's
to
all I
his
said.
money yet.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece.
And that's not
Where
what the
did you
evidence
ever
shows.
get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
What did
And,
you read? That's contrary to the
You know
evidence.
whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
That's contrary to the
Whether,
evidence.
isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking
Again,
hell.
I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will
Good.
concede to you.
So then you
100%.
don't know if it's
that is the
normal or not.
standard And people are done that acting, then I apologize, and that was wrong on my part.
Does that change
If
your
that's the
opinion?
standard, I'm wrong. I don't
Does
know.
that change your opinion?
Okay. Let's go with that.
Does
No
that
further
change your
questions.
opinion?
All right.
Oh,
How long
yes.
is your return?
A bit, you may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
I hear giggling. Y'all. Hello to the 176,000 of you that are in the chat. If you would maybe like and subscribe to the channel, we're on the road to 500 over here. And if you appreciate my commentary, I'd sure appreciate you subscribing. This morning has been fiery. We're going to talk about what we just saw in a minute. What went well, what went
So let's
awfully
come back
not
at
well.
1:55 then, all right? Is that fine?
We'll be back at 12 or 1:55 Eastern Standard Time, which means when I take a break, this stream will resume right at 12:45. But we're going to get to as many questions as we can. Oh my God. I need to respond to Dr. B on something. So I have responded to Dr. B. Y'all, this is spicy. So I will send out a link to those that are in LawTube around the interwebs. We're just going to check in on where we're at for that, that milestone. And then I'm going to answer your questions. Y'all, this morning was chaotic. That was chaotic. That was absolutely chaotic. This was not good. This was a big time investment from Team Heard. And remember, what we talked about at the beginning this morning is that Team Heard is 10 hours down from where Team Depp is for their remaining time. With that, let me message the hard stop I have is pushed a little bit, so we've got some time. So I'm going to answer as many super chats as we can. But what I said this morning is that they have 10 hours less of time left. The judge has made very clear when your time is up to the minute, you're done. Like you're done. Like Nicole Byer, you're done. You're done. You're done. And oh, look at that. Thank you all. The lights flash when we change in subs in the binger bings. So thank you. When the time is up, it's up. And the judge said to them, if you are in the middle of a question, I will cut you off. I'm disappointed they never asked about Johnny Depp's ADHD diagnosis. I think it would be relevant here. They might just argue it in closing, but they didn't bring it up with that expert, and I'm kind of surprised. What they did that was more powerful is go to the fact that this expert apparently called Depp an idiot in his deposition. And I don't know if Umbridge will try to fix that or will just walk away slowly. I think she should ignore it and walk away. There's no fixing it. Maybe hope the jury forgets it. I am dying to know what the jury thinks about that. And we will get to that. I need to go and send a link real quick to those that are in the courtroom to make sure that they can pop in. Thank you guys. I'm seeing the sub numbers. That was, I am going to have to process this and then clip things down because it was absolutely wild. It was absolutely wild. It was absolutely wild. So let me send a link I'm going to send one to Joe. And I'm going to entice them with how many watchers we have to try to pull them into our chat. Is that rude? No, it's the people are here, everyone. So I want to hear what the jury thought of that last testimony. So, welcome to join. Don't share this link. I have to tell DUI guy not to share this link because he shared out the StreamYard link last time. So, thank you so much. Having a chronic pain day. Your live is my day. Love. Thank you. I've been there. I've had multiple back surgeries. I completely understand that pain that is just takes you out of your everyday life. I get it. All right, let's get to some of the questions. Is it possible for a judgment to be awarded to each? I don't think so. If yes, would the smaller judgment be offset against the larger? I don't think that's possible in this case. I don't think you can intellectually get to they both defamed each other. If Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp, then I don't think Johnny Depp's through his attorney calling her a liar over that defamation. I don't think they can both win. I think they can both lose, but I don't see how they both win. Is he talking about Amber not under the influence versus Depp under the influence? Have they seen an MRI that shows lesions of Johnny's brain? No, they haven't even gotten into it that deep. So I'm sorry, I don't have all the mental lag issues when heavily stressed. I'm sorry, but don't we all have that mental lag issues when heavily stressed? Can be. And that's what they're trying to point out, the flaws in his reasoning. And the fact that this doctor appeared to set his baseline for Depp's behavior on his movie roles. Depp's team did a very good job. Now, hindsight makes it easier now that we've seen this witness and know that they have this witness's depo. Hindsight is that they set all this up, that he acts very differently when he acts because he's acting, which is interesting. Greetings from Holland. With so many symptoms connected with abuse and addictions, it's very easy to do some cherry picking to corroborate Amber's stories. And again, that's what they're trying to point out with this expert. Is this expert picking and choosing? Could Heard's team run out of time today? I don't know. They had over 8 hours left. Here, let me tell you exactly. I've got it in my notes. I'm going to tell you exactly how much time they had left. I don't think they can run out. I don't think they'll run out with a hard stop today. They're going to have to be very mindful on redirect. Sorry, the hair is getting poofy. We'll zhuzh it at lunch. So Heard's team had 8 hours and 14 minutes left. I don't think they'll run out of time today, but I think they are on the ropes because when we get to Depp's case, it's going to be a mess. Question, who is Kate Moss testifying for? The reports that I'm seeing, and this is all that I'm seeing through chat and what has been shared through the chat, is that she will be testifying. If she is testifying, she will likely be a rebuttal witness for Depp. Depp gets to call more witnesses, and Depp will call more witnesses. Depp will call more witnesses after Heard rests. So what is going to happen next is Heard will finish calling their witnesses. Team Heard will call their witnesses. Then they will rest. Then we will get a motion to dismiss the counterclaim. And if you thought this was spicy, that is going to be on another level spicy because in a rare circumstance, the counterclaim can get dismissed. And with the counterclaim getting dismissed, it would be staggering. I think there's room for that to happen unless we get other witnesses. I think there's a possibility. Normally it's like, this is just pro forma. It's not going to happen. They just have to do it. This is standard. This one's on the ropes. This might not just be standard in the motion to dismiss, called a motion to strike in Virginia, which would strike the counterclaim. The judge might determine that it's better to let this go to the jury. The standard there is there a scintilla of evidence where the jury can decide whether or not there was defamation from Depp to Heard? It's going to be tight, but if the judge really wants it to go to the jury, the judge will be like, really go to the jury. And so we will see. The judge could take it under advisement. How can a legal team continually to do so much damage with their own witnesses? Sometimes when the facts aren't on your side, it doesn't matter how many witnesses you bring in, the facts are still not on your side. And right now we are seeing a bit of the facts not being on their side. Spicy morning, but in my opinion, this case ended after don't tell me what it's like to be punched audio. Why didn't Amber Heard say, but I do know if she was punched? I think the jury can make those decisions. I'm not going to if and the audio, because again, we've only been played parts of the audio, but yes, there's some very damaging audio in this case. And I think when the jury looks at the audio they have, the photos that they have in this testimony, they are in a position where they could potentially find for Depp. And at the beginning of this case, that was not my opinion. I was like, this is a very hard case to win. It's still a hard case to win, but I see it as a possibility. And I did not see that before. Holy crap, I'm on Seroquel for sleep, and I've absolutely been on the knob because of it. This is not the flex the doctor thinks it is. Why is he on the stand? Because that cross was not letting him go anywhere. Why would an expert clearly risk their career for something clearly unethical? That this doctor does not see it as clearly unethical, I think, based on his testimony, or was not prepared for them to come in so hard. Is this doctor's testimony able to be impeached? It was. We saw that was impeachment. That entire cross-examination was undercutting this doctor's testimony. Been meaning to ask for a while, what if What if there are really other photos of Amber's face that are worse, that somehow blocked by Depp's counsel? If there were other photos, I can't imagine them being blocked because the ones we have in are in. So it would have been a limiting jury instruction, but we've already got so many photos in. I can't imagine that they would be, because the judge has let in the photos we have. If the judge was going to block photos, it would be all of the photos provided by Heard. I can't imagine them picking and choosing based on that, because they've let so many in. Thanks for educating and entertaining. Always my goal. This expert witness reminds me of the pastor zombie in Poltergeist, very shouty and hostile. He got shouty and hostile, but Dennison pissed him off early on by questioning him. And Dennison really pissed him off with that. So let's see. So yeah, Dennison really pissed him off with challenging his expertise, and maybe that was a strategy. Holy crap, Sarah Quill is not a barbiturate. I don't know why Dennison didn't ask that, but he didn't. From one badass lawyer to another, thank you for your coverage. You're welcome. I'm going to try to get to the ones that are marked with question before I have to jump. Can you explain the jury system? We don't have a jury in the Netherlands. By the way, thank you so much for your time and effort. In some, there's a lot that goes into it, but they are members of the public that are tasked with deciding the case based on the evidence and the jury instructions that they will get. So they are members of the public that live close to the courthouse that are called for jury duty. They are then questioned and selected to sit on the jury. And then they're the ones who decide the case. The judge rules on the law. The jury determines the facts. The jury determines if there's defamation and who gets awarded money and what money and how much money if they get money. If Amber's team runs out of time, will they still be able to make closing arguments? Yes. They each have 2 hours. Chances of an appeal, I don't see any yet. These are all own side errors. Like these are all their own errors. Oh, we've got good logic joining you guys. Welcome to the chat, Joe Neerman. Joe, you've been in court for all of that. Uh-oh. Joe, your phone sucks. All right. We're going to wait until Joe's phone is unfrozen. So hopefully he will pop back out and pop back in, because his phone just completely froze. So hopefully he'll pop back in. Being a doctoral candidate in stress psychology, it is satisfying to watch a chair get ripped apart. Most chairs believe their qualifications make them holier than God and their opinions beyond reproach. This is why he is indignant. Keystone Spotless, Sport Horse says, sorry, you see how reading is hard. That is tremendous insight. Thank you. And he was apoplectic about it. He was like, who? This lawyer is questioning me. And yes, do doctors have some disdain for lawyers? I think so. He said 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. He flipped that order. They were talking about people who have a personality disorder committing IPV. He flipped a lot. He did. Question, does bringing this witness help Heard's case? I don't think so. We've got Joe connecting. Joe, there you are. Uh-oh. Joe, your phone is fighting with us, but I'm going to hold him up until hopefully it will unfreeze. Question, when the jury goes to deliberate, will they be able to listen to the whole audio files? Yes, the ones that have been admitted into evidence, not with the depots. They'll only get the edited depositions. Is this cross-examination considered Amber's time? No, it's the questioning attorney. It counts to their side's time. Question, does the jury sit in the gallery? No, they're up in a jury box to the side. When you see the witnesses looking, they're looking at the jurors, and we don't see them on screen. Question, I won't call the doc a name, but using an earpiece in a lecture, but I bet he'd use notes. He would use notes. Also, people hold up poster boards with lines. They do. They absolutely do. Okay, let's see if Joe's phone fixes itself. Doesn't seem like there's a lot for Amber Heard's case. No, it sure doesn't. They tried to go back to the future and fix Dr. Hughes's testimony, and it imploded. Yeah, here's the thing for me, though. If they knew this doctor called Johnny Depp an idiot during deposition, why do you still call him as a witness? That was a choice. That was a choice, y'all. That was a choice. Is this turning back in favor of Depp's team? This witness was not a win for Amber Heard. So this witness is either a loss or a neutral for Amber Heard. This deserves an Emmy. It's something. I can't wait to clip some of the testimony around him calling Johnny Depp an idiot. I didn't get to see enough of that. I was flabbergasted. I think that he is giving Elaine material to talk her head off during redirect. She's going to talk a lot. and she's going to waste a lot of time. This guy has all the traits of it. Well, I'm not here to diagnose. I am not a doctor. And in the chat, we ask people not to diagnose, but he definitely seems, he seems to believe his qualifications. Is it normal for a witness to be flustered? Yes. Yes, it is. It is. People can get flustered on cross. I mean, this is a compliment. It would be awesome if you made a sleep video. Amy, I have an ASMR reading of the Constitution that the channel decided we were going to do for a milestone of one of the subscriber milestones. I've been meaning to do a Bill of Rights, but I do have that. I don't know why I'm switching into my newsreader voice, but here we are in news presenter voice. As a forensic psychologist, this fool is digging a deep grave for himself. He's about to put his license at risk. EMCM, he did something. Am I the only one who feels like, hey, can I ask you something? Sure. What the hell is going on exactly? Because what the hell is going on exactly? Will the jury pick up on this? Oh, I'm hoping to find out. We need Joe Neerman to get somewhere away from the jury where there's cell reception. And if I'm going to let him know if he wants to come in audio only, only is okay with me. If he wants to come in audio only, is there a higher percent of IPV among substance users? His whole thing was so strange, and I didn't really understand the numbers, because I was busy freaking out. So I'm gonna have to watch some of it. Detective Seed said, not sure if you received my DM, I'll go look, but my audience has suggested I reach out to appear together. I'm a former undercover detective, and they thought our commentary together would go well. My vid from yesterday reached, go ahead. My public email is the best place to shoot that. My DMs during this trial have been swamped, but thank you. But yes, thank you. I'm gonna go look at the tweets from DUI guy. I was so stoked on this trial starting again. I just woke up from a dream, and Emily, you were giving us a behind the scenes of your streaming setup. I can be convinced to do that at some point. So let me go and see what DUI guy is tweeting real quick, because thank you, chat, for letting me know. Let's see. I'm going to there we go. I can't get back to my questions. Hold on. Tech issues are user error at the moment. All right. Let's see. This is what I was trying to do. When Moore admits that he had no personal knowledge of the injury, the entire courtroom audibly shifts in their seats. Excuse me. This was the ortho. Juror number 1 is listening very intently and appears to be extremely interested. As soon as Camille started her cross with Johnny Depp's fingers were hanging off the bar and that he may have misstated that fact on the stand, the entire jury perks up and is watching Camille intently. Everyone is taking notes. Meanwhile, juror number 8 is writing a lot, barely brings eyes from notepad. Juror number 5 tilts her head slightly to her left at Moore's bottle testimony. Juror number 9 was striking his chin when he saw the x-ray photos and heard Moore's testimony on the non-bottle injury. Juror 9 is very intrigued at Moore and furrows his brows a lot. I'm waiting to hear, and you guys can go follow DUI guy, KY DUI guy from Kentucky. I'm very interested to see what happens with the last doctor's testimony. Let's get to a few more questions. And let's see. Question, is Elaine runs screaming from the courtroom on anyone's bingo card? If not, it should be. What does this mean for Johnny Depp's team? I mean, they had a good day on cross. It's hard to assign meaning without knowing what the jury's thinking. They had a good day on cross, and I think they did a lot to undermine the credibility of that witness. So I think they did a lot. So thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try to get to questions. So if I don't pull something up that is a super chat, I apologize because I'm getting to questions. Did you see the bruise kit by Ben Nye at the bottom left of the ice cream? I'm not sure that it is. I would need to pull that photo up and enhance it myself. It hasn't been introduced in court. I saw social media posts about speculating that it was. So I did see those social media posts speculating that it was. A question, I'm curious about how an object without stating the reason can be sustained. An objection. So there are, especially in a series of objections, the court knows what the objection is. So there are times that they don't need to state the grounds because the court knows what it is because it's been so bad. So that's why. Seriously, WTF with that whole testimony. How many times my ADHD people in the chat been called an idiot? A lot is my guess. I have been. I was definitely triggered by that. So there was a lot of this testimony that was like, talk about ADHD without talking about ADHD. It was interesting. And we've got Chanley Painter from Court TV stating again that Kate Moss will testify as a rebuttal witness on Wednesday via video link, which means they're going to get into whether or not Johnny Depp ever harmed her or pushed her, and they're going to get into what kind of possibly into their relationship. This doctor makes me want to faceplant my desk. Yep, I recently graduated with my BS in psychology in addictions. Yeah, it is a lot. What is done here is an attempt at gaslighting the jury and projection, most likely at Amber's request. I mean, it's interesting when he said, I was told it was vomit. I wanted Dennison to ask who told you that, but also argue it in closing. Their team is trying to frame this. They're trying to frame this, and they told him that the ice cream was vomit. Everyone else has agreed it's ice cream. Is this a DEFCON red? Does this mean Depp won't be called? I still think Depp will be called. I think this is going to be a very spicy day of trial. Did you see Amber Heard messing with her jaw last week? No, I didn't see that. Can they recross a witness? No, just redirect, no recross in this. I was stoked on the trial starting again. Thank you. We got for that. I'll do it behind the scenes at some point. For sure. Question: do you think there's enough evidence to have a case brought against Amber for perjury? Not yet. Not yet. There's been inconsistencies. I don't know if they're material enough. And she has backed away from the donated, pledged thing. So I haven't seen anything yet. I retain the right to change my mind reviewing this again. So we've been watching it live. I would need to look at it multiple times to see what I think about that. Has his drug use not been established ad nauseum? Yes. And I think that's if the jury is tuning out, that might be why. Because the jury's like, this has been proven. Like, why do I care anymore? Thank you for your great job. Silly question. No silly questions. Don't know if you answered this already, but does that bench time burn? So at the bench, if it's not kind of a neutral thing, if it's arguing objections, it can go to the side that brought the objection if they win, or the side who loses the objection. So yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Why did she waste her time with docs refuting Johnny's side? Where are her docs talking about her injuries? It is something that they will argue. Will Dr. Curry testify again? God, I hope so. I don't know if they need to. This was so bad. Could this be perceived as damage control by the jury? I think that's more damage. Once we saw Cross, I think that's more damage. Can JD just wait for Amber Heard's team to run out of time to call their experts and witnesses? They sure can. This becomes the strategy of trial. This is kind of the most fun stuff for me to watch. This is the gamesmanship of the trial. Who has more time? Who has less time? Depp's team has the legally more difficult case. Going into this case, Depp's team has the legally more difficult position, the legally difficult place to be. They have done everything trial strategy wise to put themselves in the best possible position to win this case. And they have done it very, very well. I think factually today, they have a stronger case, but legally, they still have the uphill battle. So it's going to be interesting. Question: is it proper to sit with your back to the judge? I mean, the judge isn't asking you questions. If you're turning towards the jury, I don't see it as being completely a problem. Just came from Court TV because that doc getting on my nerves. I mean, we're done with the doctor for now. He'll be back. Abuse victims can have a hard time with memory, also PTSD. And this, again, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. So now they have almost contradictory experts because Dr. Hughes did talk about memory and PTSD. So it is an excellent point, and we now have lots of different versions of things. Question: he's getting the most of his info because he's heard about it. Isn't that hearsay? Thank you for this question. I brought it up because Experts are allowed to rely on what they reviewed, what they saw, and what they heard. That's why they have to be designated by the court as an expert. Your Honor, I'm offering so-and-so as an expert in such and such area. It's because the rules of evidence slightly differ for experts, and they're allowed to opine and create expert opinions on things that you normally wouldn't. When lawyers say blah, 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 did I read that right? Isn't that a form of counsel testifying? On cross-examination, the questions become more relevant than the answers. Question, do you think his attitude and tone will cause the jury to discount his testimony? I think his testimony will cause the jury to have questions about his testimony after seeing that cross-examination. Will Depp's lawyer be able to ask him to give his opinion on the recording as it relates to Amber? I think they could have, but they didn't. I think they're just going to argue it. I saw an interview last night with a fellow actor who worked with Amber on a movie at the beginning of her career. He said she always did Coca-Cola to the point where producers were wanting to start drug testing her. I don't know if that's going to come up in court, if it's true. But we'll see. We'll see what they do to rebut it. What is the lawyer's responsibility to learn about mental health if it's part of the case? The responsibility is to be able to bring your case well and to find the witnesses and the experts that you need and to let the experts inform you. But that's not a duty. That's best practices. So obligation to learn anything? None. Obligation to zealously represent your client? Yes. Could you need to learn more to zealously represent your client? Yes. And you generally lean into your experts to help teach you things. So what time is it? I am going to do like 3 more questions, and then I'm going to have to go. What I will let you know is the afternoon stream is already populated, and that should be live so that you guys can go find it. I will be back for that afternoon stream right as court starts. So I will be streaming. I've been cutting the streams. It's been a lot easier. The DUI guy has a lot more tweets. Okay, let's see if he got into the afternoon stuff. And again, we always put a comment up that if I don't get to super chats, I appreciate the support and I apologize if I don't get to all of them. I will try to swoop some of these when I resume after lunch. Let's see. When the whole question of does it look like the handle came up about the broken bottle, Johnny turns around in his chair to counsel behind him and appears to be with a concerned look on his face. Camille appears to reassure him and taps him on the hand before he turns back around. It was painful to watch. It was so painful to watch that even juror 9 shifted in his chair away from Dr. Moore. So these are all about, let's see. In my opinion, both Moore and Spiegel have hurt their case today. Neither brought anything fruitful, and both brought nothing but pain and detriment to the defense case. That's Heard's case. After Dr. Moore admitted he did not review Dr. Kipper's deposition on performing the emergency surgery on Johnny, the entire jury stops looking at him, fixated on Camille. That's fair. So that's completely fair, and I'm not surprised. Question, can the counsel pull up mention evidence that they want to highlight during closing statements? Yes, they can. They can play audio. They can play video. They can repeat testimony from the transcripts. They can do all of that. And argument is a lot more fun than opening statement. Statement, you don't get to argument. You don't get to argue. You get to say the evidence will show. Argument, you get to argue. This is the, abuser in the court. This is that. This is this. It's arguments the best. Closing arguments are the most fun, and I love them. So, question, can I email you a question? Yes, my email is public. They've been a little slammed lately. I will do my best. A lot of people in the chat questioning if DID is real. We do not diagnose in the chat. We do not, and I know this doctor brought it up. I am not a medical expert. I don't diagnose. I rely on experts to diagnose. I'm not questioning diagnoses or people's diagnoses, nor judging on them. So, chat, it is not our place to decide. We are not medical professionals. I mean, some of you are. Some of you are medical professionals, but that is not, we talk about the testimony as it's going. Wound nurse here, JD's explanation of injury is consistent with the damage. The bottle hit the edge of the finger, causing the finger to explode as the energy passed through the palmar surface. Finger was crushed, fractured. Doctor misrepresented testimony. We will see what happens if we get another doctor up on the stand to talk about the finger. I don't know if they need it. Do you think this witness testimony will matter? No, I think it hurt. I think it looks like grasping at straws. And I think it looks like my opinion, when they brought up the testimony that he had called Depp an idiot, I think it made it look like he was out to get Depp. And I think that that's not going to be a win for him. I think it's like, oh, he's out to get Depp. Okay, well, that's what he is. That's what he's doing. So with 156,000 of you here, thank you for choosing to spend your trial with me. Go ahead, do the likey, subscribey things. We're on the road to, what did we say? We said we were on the road to 480. So thank you so much for being on this road with us. We are going to link to the afternoon stream. I will start back up just a few minutes before court. I think I started that stream for 12:45. I'll go move it to 12:40 if we can make sure that I will be there a little bit ahead of the court starting, and then we will get into the court testimony this afternoon. So with that, I have got to take a quick pause. I found it much easier in the afternoon to reset the stream, because then if there is an issue or a copyright issue or a buffering issue, we have the two streams. It's just made it a lot easier. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Thank you for being supportive of the channel. I'm glad I get to do this with you. I will see you back in just a few minutes. That stream should be live for you if you want to go over there and keep the chat going. We are going to get into day 20 in the afternoon. Let's see. Depp testifies. I guess we're going to get him this afternoon. So with that, I'm hearing a bing in the back end. Oh, it looks like we might have good logic just as I'm wrapping up. Joe, do we have you? If we have you, I will be thrilled. Joe. Nope, I don't hear you at all. I think Joe is having connectivity issues. Joe, I'm sorry. I can't hear. Oh, there you are. Nope. Can't hear Joe at all. All right. I will catch up with you on Twitter, Joe. I cannot hear you at all. And we were just about to end the stream. So all of you, I will see you later. I am sorry we couldn't get Joe on. We will try to get him on after court today. Stay tuned. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. And I will talk to you very soon. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.